Hello, everyone, and welcome in to the stream. We've got a big one today. Jakob Sanderson here to begin. We've got Pat Kerrane coming. We have one Mr. Late Round Quarterback coming on the channel. I am very excited. Jakob, I've been making my way through your redraft tiers. Mine, I think, are going to be out later this afternoon. Did a little bit of cross-referencing with yours and with Gretch's to make sure I didn't have anything too insane. Definitely a couple spots where I really disagree with you, which is going to be beautiful. You guys are definitely right about Kenneth Walker. I think that's one where all three of us had Kenneth Walker way ahead of where he's being drafted. I can't remember. You had someone who was so low. It was Kyron Williams was the guy that you had so low. I couldn't believe it. How are you doing on this beautiful August 15th morning?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. We're like in the home stretch here. I have like 4 managed like high stakes drafts this week. I've done 3 of those so far. We're doing best ball streams constantly. I was on with Gretch for like 2 hours yesterday, here today. This is the time to feel alive, you know? This is as good as it gets, I think, right now. Every day we're doing nothing but ripping drafts, ripping streams. I'm actually off work next week, so I can do streams that aren't just at 7 a.m. That's going to be
Do you want to come on again? Do you want to come on again next week if you're off work?
Almost certainly. Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. All right, we will chop some more equity.
I'll be drafting, streaming, and golfing. Sanderson. Pretty much the three goals.
I'm golfing on Saturday, man. Oh, of course. You come on a stream. What's going to happen? I mean, obviously, this was obvious. Of course, we are going to get the 12. I did.
Absolutely curse.
Speaking of redraft tiers, I definitely have one that no one is going to agree with. This is I'm all the way on an island here. I've got Debo in that second tier with Garrett Wilson, with AJ Brown, and Puka and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm the only one really that's out here on that one.
Would you like to guess what Debo Samuel's receiving over under is right now on underdog pick'ems? Would you want to guess whether it's higher, lower, the same as Tyler Lockett's?
It's probably 50 yards lower.
I believe that's correct. It might be the same.
Because
725 or 775.
No player is less capturable by median or mean projections than Debo Samuel. The entity that is Debo Samuel cannot possibly be contained by middle of the road math. We have Bijan at 2. It is get your guys season. How about no badge, no badge, no badge, no badge, no badge.
And then we got all the badges hanging out at the back. But we got a little no badge. This reminds me of like those Fantastic Beasts movies when they went to America and they didn't call them Muggles anymore. They called them no-madges. That's the
really? Is that true?
Yeah, the first Fantastic Beasts, Eddie Redmayne and co. They go to America and they're like, you're a no-madge. That's true.
I dropped out of the Harry Potter animated universe as it became incredibly clear that Jacob, you're younger than me, so you might not even technically be a millennial, but I am a millennial, and
I'm Gen Z.
Harry Potter culture became incredibly cringe in the United States for people my age. Like being too into Harry Potter it's a real red flag. What is your preferred? What do you want to do here? Oh damn!
This fucking sucks ass. Puka just went off the board. Yeah, I mean, like, you can have Debo if you want. I never draft Debo, so this could be good to mix him in. Yeah, this is just ass.
It's just
I don't know what to say. Like, at least recently I've been able to reliably get Puka at the 112, and it's made it better. Debo and Nico, I guess, is totally fine.
Yeah, that's probably my most common.
Do you think Ayuk is gonna get traded, or is this like you've just been really high on Debo all along, right?
Both things are true. So I think the likelihood, now it seems that the prevailing sentiment in our community has gone back to Debo or Ayuk is not going to be traded.
For the record, that's been my sentiment the entire time. I might be very, very wrong, but I've been very set on that position the whole way.
My sentiment was I think Debo is better than him anyway. Like I was drafting Debo over Ayuk in the big board. I've had Debo. I've moved Debo up in my rankings since the Pretty Ricky reporting. So I think if I had to handicap it right now, I'd make it, like 55-45 he gets traded versus he stays. I mean, but each consecutive day that he's not at practice and Debo is at practice, I mean that has real knock-on effects. And my thing the whole time has been Debo is the best outside of the true elites, outside of Reek, Lamb, Jefferson, and Chase. Debo has the best single game ceiling of any wide receiver. The 12 spot sucks. If this was a different year, if we were contextualizing things differently, and the second round wasn't, I mean, Jacob, my third tier of players in these redraft rankings goes from player 13 to I think player 27. And I think it's really hard to make it like I actually did this math. Mike Clay has the best, I think, publicly available projections that you can access with PPR points. How many points do you think separate in his projections Nico Collins, who we just took at 13, and DJ Moore, who goes in the third round?
Probably very few.
It's like
10.
literally 8 points. Like literally 8 total points. So it's just such a flat tier. I think you gotta opt for the guy who will score 40 once every single year, more or less.
Yeah, I have that tier split in two. Like I even put like tier 3A and tier 3B just because I didn't want to have like this very long tier, but I didn't feel like it was as big of a gap between tiers as the other gap. So
Right.
And I have Debo as a 3B'er with Ayuk. I had been not really taking either of them. Like I don't have that strong of opinion on which one I prefer. I probably slightly prefer Ayuk prior to the holdout stuff, and maybe less so now. I had just been prioritizing Nico, Waddle. I was kind of prioritizing Olave, but I think I've been scared off of that a little bit. It's luckily the last few times I've had 112, I've just been able to reliably get Puka there. So this has been disappointing that we didn't get that here. But I will give this, like, if I'm wrong on the trade stuff, which I easily could be, we're all just speculating out of our asses on that one. Ayuk trade gets finalized today, I probably would just rank Debo at the 112. So, and I think I would feel good about that.
And again, like if I felt like, let's say, for example, the Texans didn't trade for Diggs, or Puka was awesome last year, but not quite as awesome, and Cooper Kupp had no injury, and Kupp was just clearly the 12, or like Waddle didn't miss a billion snaps last year because of injury, and he finished with 1,500 yards. And like if there was a more clear 12 or a more clear 13, I would not be jamming Debo in over those guys. But based on the context of the information that we have, I really do think he's a smash there.
Yeah, I mean, hard to argue with the single week stuff. I have a hard time projecting him closer to those other guys, but the single week stuff is pretty crazy. The contingent stuff is pretty crazy too. If anything ever happened to CMC, I mean, I probably should be drafting more Debo because I'm not drafting very much McCaffrey.
I was going to say if you take Lamb first. Yeah.
So if I'm implicitly fading McCaffrey, like Debo is going to benefit from that in a big way. Especially because like I can't really bet on 49ers backup running back because nobody really knows who it's going to be. So
I kind of am betting on Mason at this point. It feels like the drum beat
I am
is
a little
loud enough
yeah.
there. All right, again, another terrible pick. Not only is the 112 bad, but the 312 is also terrible. We have a no badger here. They could do absolutely anything.
I know what I want to do pretty solidly here, but we'll see if they let us do it.
All right.
I would like to collect Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
Wow, beautiful. This is probably, I would say this is probably my number one strategy done out of this part of the draft. So the thing that we're going to have to contend with is the Hollywood Brown injury means that we are pretty unlikely to get Worthy at 60.
Oh, that's not been my experience, but granted, you have people watching you stream who are probably just ready to take your Chiefs away.
Correct. Yes, that's definitely true. The other thing is I don't think we should click Hollywood at 60-61. He will definitely be there. I don't think we should do it. I mean, getting him at 84-85 would be a smash, but he likely
Probably not
does
going to
not get
happen.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll see who's there. There's plenty of guys that would make me not interested in clicking Hollywood there, but I don't know. Wouldn't totally rule it out. I had been, as you know, one of our biggest disagreements is Hollywood Brown. Through my first 146 drafts,
Yeah, well,
I'd taken
you're
Hollywood
gonna
Brown
you and Kerrane are gonna win by default.
This many times. And I'm not victory lapping an injury. I'm just simply stating that I got very fortunate on that. Now that we have the injury, I think I've taken Hollywood in like 80% of my drafts because
you can't win without getting lucky. I mean, obviously, right now, if I could,
I'm windmilling the Hollywood discount.
If I could go in and trade every time I took Hollywood before Worthy, and I could swap them, I totally would. I mean, I guess that would mean that I ended up with something like 45% Xavier Worthy, which would actually be fine. I think I'd probably. I mean, every day I log on Twitter, obviously I follow all the Chiefs beat writers, like I get a lot of this, but every day that I log in, you can't avoid it. It's always
you tab is just nothing but Worthy highlights.
it's Xavier Worthy beating a cornerback and Mahomes like perfect. The thing that's so different about watching Worthy, even in these training camp clips, versus watching Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney, MVS, Justin Watson, is that he actually has the ability to track the deep ball. Like Mahomes would have to perfectly place it in the path that these guys were already running to get a deep ball. But what Worthy can do is that he can actually, once the ball has been thrown, he can adjust based on where it's going in a way that Marcus Valdes-Scantling never has. So I'm very excited about that early elite tight end group here. We've got McBride and Andrews going ahead of ADP.
This is good for our Kelce pick, I think. We jumped it a little bit. Nice to see everybody come off. The one thing I've really been doing with Hollywood is I've been trying to think of like, how do I, because frankly, like just hand up, like I was overweight on Rice before he started coming up, but I was not nearly as overweight as everybody else that was much smarter than me. I was a little bit scared.
Well, buddy, it's not over yet. I mean, Rashod Rice could be suspended. They could announce tomorrow that he's suspended.
Well, this is kind of the thing. I just kind of thought he would be suspended. Like I didn't really give enough thought to.
You're literally a lawyer, Jacob. You're literally a lawyer.
And then, yeah, I believed like the original Drew Davenport reports, which was like he's probably going to get 4 to 6 games. I was like, all right, I want to draft him, but I guess I didn't really think it through all the way of like, what if he just doesn't get suspended, and then I need to make sure I have 25% by that time that reality sets in. So bad by me. So I've been trying to chase him up the board like a loser. And I've been trying to think like, how do I justify these like early 5 Rashod Rice picks, late 4 Rashod Rice picks when the people have him in the 7th. And one of the ways is you just take Mahomes and with Rice the 4-5 turn, and then you take Hollywood at the 6-7 turn, and then it's the same team everybody else built, just in the opposite order. And then you're okay, right? You have the same double stack at the same values. You've just swapped it up where you get Brown 2 rounds cheaper, Rice 2 rounds more expensive. And it's like, all right, I'm at least on par with those teams. If that's the Chiefs double that you need, I was the slappy on Rice, but I ended up getting the Brown discount. And I feel like you kind of get back to square one if you're able to pull that one off.
I mean, there's all kinds of like, I don't think this is as clear as like, you remember the Darrell Henderson year where Darrell Henderson,
yes.
I mean, I was a big Darrell Henderson slappy of where he goes. Of course he does. Yeah, it's really annoying.
Disgusting.
All right.
It was disgusting, people. Kenneth Walker and Roman Dunze. Yeah.
Yeah. I had a feeling we would be in lockstep there. So the Rice thing specifically, I don't think it's as obvious as that, where it's like, it probably is not a good idea to take 3rd round Darrell Henderson when teams have him in the 13th round or whatever. Yeah. There definitely are going to be teams that have better combos than you. I mean, also part of it is the pods and the way the underdog playoffs work really decrease the risk there. Like in something like the marathon or in the drafters contest or whatever, where it's literally just total points, the best roster wins. It's way worse. But I mean, Rashod Rice has a bad week 15 or the Chiefs just score like no points or what, the Chiefs get, score 2 touchdowns and one of them is Isaiah Pacheco. Like all of a sudden, all these teams that got Rashod Rice at 90, the impact of that is like almost nil by the time you get to week 17. It's just so hard to advance. So I kind of don't, with Rice specifically, I'm not sweating it that much.
Right? Like even if he's a very good pick, like, and he was like 2x owned or whatever, he'd be like what, 16.7% owned.
Yeah.
And what was really the portion of underdog drafts that were happening when he was available in like the 7th? Was it like what, like 30% of drafts probably during that window, maybe 40% of drafts during that window, something like that.
Yeah.
So let's even say those are a little bit over, like disproportionately represented, since it's a better price. Like that still gets you to like 8% of the teams, which is like, beatable. Especially if you can then get back to even by having some of those with Hollywood or whatever. Some of those teams just will suck. Like they just won't be stashed properly or whatever. Like if you have it with Mahomes, like so I think I'm not letting it stop me, but yeah, I've played, like I've been very fortunate to be on the right side of a lot of these big ADP changes. Like I had like 20% Chase Brown before he was rising. No Hollywood, no Moss before he fell. So I'm eating it a little bit. I mean, I think I was like still at like 11% Rice or something when he came up. I wasn't fading him, but I'm seeing all the other people that I travel a similar path with showing off their 25% Rashod Rice, and it feels bad.
At least you don't have, I mean, Hollywood was at least like, I think I have 21% or something right now or whatever. So I wish that number was lower. Although it's like, he's not dead. This is not, it's not Rondale Moore or whatever, where it's like, I just got to count those as a zero. I mean, I still would rather have him. I think I'd still kind of rather have him than like have been taking Christian Kirk the entire time or whatever. This one hurt me. This one's going to hurt some of my Rice teams from early, actually, which is that I was drafting JJ McCarthy early with Justin Jefferson, who's like my favorite pick in the pool, basically. I definitely backed off when I even remember the exact moment I stopped taking him, which was when KOC mentioned Nick Mullins before JJ McCarthy when they got to minicamp or whatever. I was like, all right, if Nick Mullins is getting a mention, I think that I can probably log off. I have literally like this idea that Chase Brown is a bad runner. I don't know. I guess
it's pretty true.
You think this is true? He was a great runner in college.
He was a high volume runner in college. He was a very old prospect in college. I had him graded out pretty middle of the pack in a lot of my sort of advanced stuff in terms of like missed tackles forced, relative success rate.
Middle of the pack is fine on the Bengals offense, isn't it?
Yeah, like he was like middle of the pack, like as a college prospect, I thought, which was reflected in being a day 3 pick. I think he's fine. He's shown history of volume. He has athleticism. I'm not quite as interested in chasing him up maybe as other people are. Like I thought he was a clear cut, massive, glaring target when he was going at like pick 120. Now that he's going to like pick 100, I'm not totally against it, but like there's probably other guys I prefer. Like I still think I like Tyjae Spears a little bit more than Chase Brown. For instance, I don't know. He's probably going to be someone where I end up with like 10%, but all my 10% is at great prices, and I'm kind of okay with that versus being a total slappy. I was in a FFPC 350 the other day, and I actually ended up not with Chase Brown, but with Zach Moss, who went like 37 picks after Chase Brown.
Yeah, I like Moss.
I was like, all right, I guess I'll play it the other way.
High stakes. All right, I got no idea what we do here.
Ooh,
it's pretty bad.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. So there's like no wide receivers available here, right? Because
it's like really literally Cortland Sutton 15 spots ahead of ADP.
Actually, I think it's. Oh yeah, okay. So let's not do that. I mean, Kamara's. I'm like I'm like a little bit more Kamara curious maybe than your average bear. Like at 84, I feel like it's okay.
It's fine.
And then we probably want to get one of the Steelers running backs with our Chief stack, right? So is it Najee?
Yeah, Warren is gone. So cool. We can take Najee Harris. Yeah, that is something that really sucks about picking on the turn is, I mean,
you
JSN
never win. At no point do you win.
Never win
on the back turn. Like there's not a single part of the draft where I'm like, I feel like I got the better end of it. Like you're making growth, maybe the 5-6, kind of like the 5-6, but you're making horrible picks at the 1-2.
I'm
Wow.
completely with you on this. I don't have 58% Bowers, but he is my most drafted tight end, and I take him as lone tight end 1. I take him as a second with an elite. Like I am, I love it.
I'm like so tilted by the Brock Bowers thing. I want him to be my most drafted player. I swear to God, his ADP in my rooms must be like 15 picks ahead of his overall ADP. Like every single time that I draft, if I'm sitting at the 1 spot, I'm taking Bowers at the 8-9 turn, lock it in. Never once makes it back there. He's going in the middle of the 8th every single time. If then sometimes like I'll force it and I'll be like, fuck it, I'm taking him at like pick 86 or something. And then other times he just goes in the 7th. I just can't even get him like at the 7-8
You can't
turn.
even get him.
And never in my life, like if I have a team that doesn't really need Brock Bowers, but like I would take him if he fell. That's not happening. Like, I don't ever get he fell 8 picks past ADP. I get to scoop up Bowers. It's not in my rooms. So I probably have the worst Brock Bowers portfolio anywhere. I want to have like 30%. I have like 14%. And B,
Yeah.
I would guarantee you that my 14% probably has an average pick value of like 11 spots ahead of ADP because I only can get him if I take him like at the 7-8 turn. It's been the most annoying part of draft season.
Ahead of ADP here. Pick 94.
That's fine, dude. I would jump for joy if I was able to get a pick 94 Brock Bowers. Not sure that I've ever gotten that.
I mean, it is like I already think he's going to outscore Kyle Pitts, honestly, who went at 65 here. Like the very first drive he ever played as a professional, he ran 2 routes as an inline tight end, 1 route out of the slot, 1 route as split out wide, and then 2 routes out of the backfield, including the third and short play where he was the fullback and he was literally wide open. I was like, I've never seen Kyle Pitts that wide open on my screen once ever watching the Atlanta Falcons play football.
Yeah, it was pretty fantastic. Legitimately exciting. Hopefully can find a way to get that exposure up to 20% before close here. We'll see. I'm a little aggravated about it, but I at the very least I'll have just unceasing amounts of dynasty bags. Are you actually worried about this Washington? Like I'm trying to so you had obviously seen this. The guy in our comments has obviously seen this.
This Olamide
I didn't see this.
thing.
So can you explain to me what this actually is?
Yeah, so basically Dan Quinn's talking to the media and he's saying like, oh, the wide receiver 2 job's wide open. And then he mentioned Olamide Zaccheaus having a really strong camp. To be honest, I mean, I think it really is just one of those things that we, Olabisi Johnson starting over Justin Jefferson. Obviously not to the same degree, but it's like if Luke McCaffrey can't get on the field over these guys anyway, then it was never going to happen for him. I have a lot of McCaffrey as well. I mean, I think I probably just would not take him until the 18th round now, but that's I think he's a pretty good 18th round pick probably.
All right. Wow. I think it was like 2021 we were taking Olamide Zaccheaus in the 18th round, if I recall correctly.
Yes, when he was going to get the slot role for the Falcons. Here's the thing about Dotson. Yeah. It feels like Dotson is like a splash play type guy, but he can't very consistently win. All right, we are about up.
Oh man, this is okay. We could do Lockett. That's correlated for us, and we could do Wicks. Right? Is there anything else that you think are like we really do need receivers at some point here?
We do. I'm trying to scale back on Lockett. I think it's not.
Right.
I think he's over. I think it's JSN season. I think that based on all the, and I mean obviously you see I've got a healthy bag of Lockett here. I think we do Wicks obviously, and then I think.
And then what's the running back situation?
Javonte is kind of the last of a tier.
Yeah, Javonte or Spears. I think those are clearly better picks than any of the wide receivers. I think we just got to crank wide receiver after that. So
yeah, I think we could Walker, Kamara, Najee, and Javonte all with different bye weeks. If it
could be done at 4, maybe 5.
We could be done at 4, and we definitely only need two tight ends, 2 quarterbacks on this team, so we could get to 9 wide receivers. I maybe would have wanted to take AD Mitchell there. I mean, obviously it's very early relative to where he was going, but that's kind of my truth serum play there would be AD Mitchell.
I like AD Mitchell. We took him on Gretchen and I did a big dog draft yesterday. We took him I think we got the 110 and we took him in the whatever this turn wasn't, whatever the next turn was.
This is bingo for Best Ball Bros. It's like if I have ever done a draft on this stream and not said we could be done here at RB after taking some shitty guy in the 10th round, I would be surprised. I would be surprised if I've ever clicked Javonte Williams, Tajay Spears, or Blake Corum and not said we could be done here at running back. Yeah, I mean, AD Mitchell, here's the deal with AD Mitchell.
Yeah.
The pencil pushers are just going to be wrong about him. The pencil pushers are going to be right more often than not, but the pencil pushers are going to miss on AD Mitchell. The same way the pencil pushers missed on his college teammate, George Pickens.
I think George Pickens is not that good, to be honest.
I'm still get the fuck out of here, Jacob. That is insane. You think it's an open question that George Pickens is good?
I mean, he's like good, but is he that good?
Yes. George Pickens was underdrafted in the real NFL draft. He was underdrafted.
Well, he's definitely underdrafted in the real NFL draft. I'm not so sure he was that underdrafted in fantasy.
In rookie drafts?
He was going to the 110. That's probably like what about we'd rank him in that class right now, isn't it?
All right, I gotta go. For historical context, I'm gonna go pull up the ADP from his rookie year. I know that I feel that he was undervalued because I was a big George Pickens slappy, so I ended up with him in a ton of my leagues. All right, what was his rookie year?
Like he was behind Sky and Jameson, and obviously you take him ahead of both of those guys today. I think you're still taking clearly you're still taking London Olave Garrett over him. You're taking Breece over him. Probably arguable whether you would take Walker over him.
He went after Jahan Dotson, Christian Watson, Sky Moore, Jameson Williams, Treylon Burks.
Oh, Burks. Yeah, I forgot about Burks there. I dispute that he was going behind Watson and Dotson in my leagues.
Well, fair enough. This is ADP from Dynasty League football. Yeah. All right, we are about. God damn, the wide receivers are so brutal in this room.
Mitchell is gone. Dotson just went. I think honestly, we almost just have to eat the injury on Josh Downs.
I was going to say, I think Downs actually kind of fits this team because we just need
because he plays WR. I don't know what the hell we're supposed to do with this. Are we supposed to pick Michael Wilson 20 picks at ADP? I guess. I mean, obviously I have Leggett the highest ranked, but that's way ahead of ADP. I don't know that there's another position that we can take because we're so far behind.
I think Pearsall would be interesting because we're already kind of betting Ayuk got traded.
Let's just do Pearsall because we're making that bet anyway. Yeah, sure. He's probably going to score 0 points and run
probably going to score 0 points. Yeah, Pearsall, also, a guy.
What is our QB2 in this team?
It's going to be Bo Nix probably.
Okay. All right.
It's probably going to be set up Javonte Williams.
It could be
Bo
Derek
Nix.
Carr also, I guess, with Kamara. All right.
I really hate that. I mean, Geno and Walker is not horrible. You could tell yourself a story that Kenneth Walker goes full Brian Robinson and scores 2 long 50-yard touchdowns where no defender is even close to him.
Yeah, we're going to be doing Carr, Kamara, Jawan Johnson, and you're going to like it.
So here's the thing with Carr. I just believe so strongly he's not going to be starting in week 17. It's you want to talk about pencil pushers. The pencil pushers love Carr because the Saints always throw for about 4,100 yards and 26 touchdowns.
Just say Michael Leone.
He's not the only one.
You want to.
He is Leone is not alone on this one. This Trey Benson becoming a 12th, 13th, 14th round pick now sometimes. Yeah. It's sure, he is dead. He's completely dead for week 1, but yeah, I want to take him.
Yeah, like the best case scenario when he was drafted, I wrote about this because I took Trey Benson. I did a write up of one of my 350s and did like kind of a review of like, hey, I just made these redraft rankings. Here's how I actually applied them in a real draft for real money. And Trey Benson was the guy that I took on that team. And yeah, the case I made was like, look, you guys are right. Like when he was drafted, in an ideal world, it was like we love Trey Benson so much. We're gonna get him on the field right away, and it's gonna be 60 Connor, 40 Benson from like week 1 on. Right. That was
yeah.
the zenith. That's not gonna happen. But like the most of the bull case was still like, hey, young guy, Connor gets injured all the time. He's old. He could have his decline year. And like maybe over the course of the year, they work Benson in, or most notably, like if Connor goes down, Benson can play. And I mean, now there's been all this stuff about like Amari DiMercato and whatever. It's like, I just want to be able to be serious for like 1 second, right? Like if James Conner tears an ACL, it's not going to be Amari fucking DiMercato. It's just not.
Amari DiMercato is Spanish for special teams ace. There's just really
like,
there's really no
right.
reason. How about a 12-13 turn Demarcus Robinson? I think 12-13 turn Demarcus Robinson might be the worst pick in the history of fantasy football.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to hate on it more, but
please do not tell
really
me you are a fucking Demarcus Robinson slap.
No, I'm not. It's just every wide receiver that goes off the board is detrimental to our cause. We need wide receivers to stay on the board, so it's not a good sign. I will admit that prior to the Jordan Whittington ascension, I've taken some around 15, 16 Demarcus Robinson correlated.
That's the thing, though. That's the thing. When you are Demarcus Robinson, you leave yourself open to a Jordan Whittington ascension because you are Demarcus Robinson. If Demarcus Robinson was anyone other than Demarcus Robinson, Jordan Whittington would be a neat little story. He's going to get rested in preseason week 2 like he is fucking Puka Nacua. Like, it's like he's already done enough.
As soon as the Jordan Whittington buzz started, I was like, yeah, those Demarcus Robinson shares are dead. Like I mean, at this point, I would just rather have Jordan Whittington.
I would just straight up rather have Jordan Whittington. Yeah. All right. There are a couple wide receivers who are still on the board. The reporting has been insanely bearish.
Two that I love.
Well, the reporting has not been good on this second guy, on Demario Douglas.
Why? What's the reporting been with him?
Most recent thing is that he is not even running so much with the ones, that he's like the cheap motion guy. Michael Wilson for sure. I actually think it's fine. Then? We've got Debo, Nico, Rome. Douglas sets up May, who honestly is not really that strong here. Wandale sets up Dimes. McMillan sets up Baker.
We don't have correlation anywhere here. Like we don't have. Oh, we have Nico. We have correlation with Bateman.
Yeah, I think Bateman. I'm kind of out on Pop Douglas.
All right. I mean, I'll do Bateman here. That's fine.
Well, Nick P is saying Douglas is 100% the guy. It's a false report.
I'm good either way. I'd probably be like, I have so much Douglas that you've just spooked the shit out of me. So
no, let's do Douglas. I mean, it was just one of these. It was one of these guys who's been at Patriots practice doing an interview, being like, he's the cheap motion guy. He's not playing full time. I mean, if it was me, if I was running the Patriots offense would be Baker, Bourne, Polk, Hunter Henry, running back. That's how I would run it. Yes, this was it. It was the BDGE Fantasy Football Channel. Nick Ercolano had one of the Patriots beat writers on.
Okay.
Oh, I will find it. I will find it right now. So that
this was the Evan Lazar interview.
So that
I have some Patriots contacts that I just like am in group chats to talk about the Celtics with. I'm gonna investigate this right now.
Okay, let's. I want to find it so that people know that I'm not making it up. That this is not fake news. It's this video right here. I gotta close my DMs. It's this video right here. This was the guy who had the pump the brakes on Pop Douglas, take your foot off the Jalen Polk break. There we go.
Well, my foot's never even touched the Jalen Polk break. I promise you that. But the Pop Douglas stuff would concern. Okay, we're getting reassuring.
We're getting mixed reports. Look, guys, I only have so many hours in the day. If I'm gonna read everything that gets posted on theathletic.com/NFL, I'm not going to be able to make it through 45 minutes of every beat writer interview. I will present the information as it comes to me, and I'm going to try to not make it up. I'm going to do my best to not just fully make things up. But Douglas is the one I have the least of. I think I literally have more Javon Baker than Demario Douglas, and based on the preseason usage from week 1, that seems quite bad. Javon Baker is on the Jalen Reagor track for them.
Yeah, I have just like still the amount of every single New England Patriot, which it seems like it'll go well since they had about 35 sacks on 37 dropbacks.
Dude, the vibes around the New England Patriots organization right now, it's about as dark as I've ever seen for a number 3 overall pick coming in.
I think you know what? You just gotta look on the bright side, right? If it's not like the take is like Brissett looks great, May looks bad. The take is like the O-line is apocalyptic and nobody can do anything,
and the wide receivers can't get open.
Yeah, so you just gotta look on the bright side, which is that Jacoby Brissett not long for this world. You know, if it's that apocalyptic, if he's taking 12 sacks,
that was my read. That was my read of the Judon trade, was that they're just like this season. There's just no point in doing the Brissett thing. Let's just get May out there and see what happens. That is probably rose-colored glasses, but that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, because like there's been the take that they've come out and been like, we're so bad that we can't subject Drake May to this. And I just don't buy that over the course of the season. I buy thinking that in week 1. I just don't buy like it's week 5. We're 0-4. We've just gotten drubbed every single week.
Yeah,
Boston sports media is calling for my head, and I'm just gonna roll Jacoby Brissett out. I just don't think that's how human beings work. Marvin Mims, hey, you're not spooked by the preseason usage?
No, I've got to. After we make this pick, I'll do my Mims thing.
All right. I'll leave it to you then. So we got 1491. We probably want one of everything but wide receiver. Oh, Bucky. I would love to do Bucky. Oh, or Fant.
So Fant
Bucky or Fant, whichever one you want.
Fant doesn't leave us a quarterback because I think Geno is going to go. So I think we need to leave it open.
We should have. Honestly, we should have probably done Geno and Fant that turn.
I think when you have Mahomes, I think you don't sweat that so much.
All right.
My opinion on now, obviously that's not the way things work in reality. There's been some good studies like running simulations of Best Ball Mania where third quarterbacks provide you more points than you would think. Your second quarterback outscores your first quarterback a huge percentage of the time in the regular season. Like all of these things are totally true. So you shouldn't just treat your second quarterback as a 0 when you take Mahomes or Hurts or Allen or whatever. But then the reality of it is Liam loves to make this point as Best Ball Mania champion. His second quarterback the year he won with Josh Allen contributed 2.8 points the whole season. It was Josh Allen's bye week. I believe it was Fields. He scored 2.8 points the 1 week that Allen was out. So not to say that we should punt it or we should only take one quarterback. And if Geno comes back around, whatever. But this is maybe insane of me, but I actually kind of think Bo Nix is a good pick in fantasy. Completely not ironically. He's gonna run a little bit. For example, Sean Payton versus Alex Van Pelt. I almost have 100% confidence Sean Payton is a really good play caller and structurer of an offense. I think he's gonna set Bo Nix up with a total paint by numbers. Kind of the same way I felt about McCarthy, actually, where I'm kind of ambivalent, agnostic about McCarthy's ability as a thrower and a reader of defenses, but KOC was going to make it as easy as possible for him and is going to make it easy for Darnold too.
Yeah, that I very much agree with that.
I sent your I have Sam Darnold on a team where I am insanely tanking. Like I sold everything that's not tied down. Like I've got nothing left, but I do have Darnold on this team, and I sent Darnold out for a 2026 second to every team in the league. And then I put in our league group chat your tweet about buying Darnold for a
Nice.
future second.
There you go.
I was like, guys, the price. Well, I was trying to sell him the day before when McCarthy had the injury, but was not out for the season yet, and no one was biting. And then I posted price of the brick done went up when the and of course Bo Nix goes unstacked, uncorrelated to the team. Yeah, it's this team. It's not happening, man. I the fucking 112. It's the fucking 112, dude.
I mean, I think it's just us. Like, I think we were handed Geno Smith, Noah Fant correlated with bring back 15 picks after ADP, and we picked Marvin Mims. Sell me on the Marvin Mims copium though, so that I don't hate this team quite as much.
So the Marvin Mims copium is that they started him, quote unquote, because they didn't want to piss him off, but then they played him in with Knicks because they wanted Knicks to play with actually good players. They didn't want to toss Peyton didn't want to toss Knicks in with Devon Vell and some of their other losers. Basically, was the thought process.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so
we have to do Bryce Young and Jatavian Sanders.
Yeah,
Sanders is gone. Sanders is gone.
There's no way Tavian Sanders is gone.
Unless I don't have him ranked. Okay, no, he's there.
Gone. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. If
do we care enough about correlation to actually draft Tavian Sanders ahead of like Jonnu Smith?
I think we do. Yeah, I think
okay.
you're I think we do.
What was Jatavian Sanders' preseason usage? I haven't actually heard his name like by a single beat reporter this summer.
I will I'll look. I'll look here. That's because that's actually a good question.
Like, should we even click him over Tommy Tremble?
I kind of still believe in Jatavian Sanders. Honestly, that's a good truth serum take.
Okay,
Jatavian Sanders. The list of players that Jatavian Sanders played with in college and produced alongside is like, it's actually insane. The idea that a guy with like a RAS the same as you and I, like you and I have the same RAS as Jatavian Sanders. I mean, the dude had 600 yards and 5 touchdowns alongside a first-round pick, a second-round pick running back, a second-round pick wide receiver, Jordan Whittington, who's like going to end up starting on the Rams by week 4, and he was productive. We have a sauce. We are going to the 6 hole.
We're gonna sauce the sticks. Then we gotta hop in a quick second draft here because I'm a hard out at 90 minutes. So
I'm gonna hop in it immediately. We'll be ready to go. All right, real quick sauce.
Sauce in the sticks. Jefferson, London, didn't you see the injury news, buddy? Yeah.
Fuck. All right, it's hard to sauce a start that good. to be honest.
It's actually fantastic.
Okay, but a total random Kincaid pick ahead of all these guys in this room, that feels terrible. Uncorrelated. I have Pitts ranked ahead of Kincaid, honestly. Godwin, what does Godwin do for this team? Brian Thomas Jr. way better. Honestly, Keon Coleman is better. The oldest running back in the NFL correlated with your first round pick on a Sam Darnold-led offense.
RB1 of the apocalyptic offense that's going to have 87 sacks per game.
Ramondre, shout out Ramondre, who per that same Nick Ercolano report, Antonio Gibson a better fit for the offense. DeAndre Swift playing behind Khalil Herbert in the preseason.
Kobe Myers and Darnell Mooney, like go grab some more condoms, buddy.
Yeah, that's the most like 2019 ass offense of all time. Kirk Cousins, you got to set up
Robinson, Jacoby Myers. Like, are you aware that this is a half PPR site?
Parker Washington, out of nowhere.
Unstacked. Doesn't even have Lawrence.
I would rather. You know what? I'm actually going to give this to him though. At least he didn't feel the need to fucking click Ray McCloud. If he would have clicked Ray McCloud, I would have been like, dude, what are we doing
I haven't
here?
been doing the Ray McCloud thing. But what I am doing is Casey Washington. I've gone right past Ray McCloud, and I'm going right to Casey Washington.
All right. We are in another one, so we have time for this. We can sauce the
the 12 spot.
Sir,
we are the 12 spot.
We are the 12
spot.
Time. I can sauce
that real quick. We picked the Broncos wide receiver 8 instead of securing our second stack that was perfectly correlated because Davis wouldn't ban off wide receiver. We have a broken ankle Josh Downs as our wide receiver 4. We have Ricky Pearsall plays behind on Jennings as our wide receiver 5. We have Demario Douglas only there for cheat motion on the Patriots, who I don't think I've ever heard of cheat motion. He's going to be our wide receiver 7 as a valuable contributor. And we took Tavian Sanders, who has a worse RAS score than Evan Silva with the 1801. Not a good team.
Not a good team. I mean, we knew it probably wasn't going to be a good team, but where it really wasn't a good team was when all of these guys were not an option at 84. When Addison, Hopkins, really Hollywood, and we were drawing completely dead. The Javonte pick,
Sutton and Josh Palmer and Dobbs weren't even an option. Like it was like, oh, we're just toast.
The Javonte pick also was terrible. We should have taken.
Oh, maybe we should have picked Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, honestly, we should have. All right, we are already up.
All right,
you're a CD at 1 guy.
Oh, we got 1. That's so much better than 12. All right, now we're living large. I'm a CD at 1 guy, but I'm fine with Tyreek at 1 too. And I mean, if we really wanted, we could do McCaffrey, but I don't want to go through the wide receiver pain that we just went through again.
Tyreek at 1, bro. Not.
Well, if you're going to draft like 0% Christian McCaffrey, like I don't want it. The way I want to mobilize that is not just by having 17% CeeDee Lamb. I want to have like 12% CeeDee Lamb.
Do you really have 0% CMC?
10%. That's correct. Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, it's actually not correct.
Aren't you worried? Aren't you worried?
I'm obviously lying to some degree, as a wise man once said. The reason I'm lying is that A, I've auto-drafted Christian McCaffrey twice, and B, I have drafted Christian McCaffrey on co-drafted teams with other people who don't share my ideological stance. But I have not intentionally drafted Christian McCaffrey a single time. And yeah, I'm worried, to be clear.
Man, that would. I mean, it's incredibly based, and I don't fault you for that at all. Like I love that for you. I can't get there myself. I can't get there myself.
Yeah, I just want to have. I'd like to play the first round in a way that like. It's not really an anti-CMC take as much as it's just a combination of like I want to have first round takes where it's like if one thing happens, it really benefits me. So CMC having a poor season or getting hurt, whatever, would obviously be a big boon for me. And then the other thing is just it feels like this is kind of the spot to do it where you are just in a really poor situation if you draft too many running backs early. So getting out of the CMC business allows me to stay on structure. Mix. And then I just kind of like,
That's pretty good.
That was a great comment.
The
guy named Jewish McCaffrey. I've been soft fading McCaffrey, but the family has stopped speaking to me.
Brees at 5. I mean, let me tell you, if for the remainder of the summer I am able to get Justin Jefferson at 7, at 8, at 9,
And,
I mean,
yeah,
it's gonna get dangerous. It's gonna get dangerous for me, buddy. If that is indeed how it plays out.
I mean, I used to mix in Jefferson at 1 too, because that was how I was using the CMC thing. Was I was like, I'm just gonna have a little bit more of all the rest of these guys. So I would take. I don't know if I ever took Chase at 1, but I have like Lamb at 1 half the time, and then like Hill at 1 25% of the time, and I have Jefferson at 1. So my Jefferson bags are packed, and I don't even feel bad about my CLV on that. It's just a chance to draft more. That's how I feel.
It's just really. I don't know if we'll ever have something like this happen again, where people are actually worried about drafting the best wide receiver in football.
Probably the best wide receiver of all time.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like that's that like
be.
people are going to listen to that and
People will come
recoil.
for me. They're going to be upset about that because like a 4.8 running Jerry Rice, and Randy Moss had 600 yards with the Raiders, but couldn't be me.
I mean, the comp for best wide receiver in the league who went through a fallow period would actually be Randy Moss, where like Randy Moss just had some really down years. Why am I out on Drake London? I'm not out on Drake London. I just have him ranked behind Debo and Nico, so that means that I don't get him very much. Do I think Justin Jefferson can get to wide receiver 1 with the quarterbacks? I do think the guy who was wide receiver 1 with Josh Dobbs and Nick Mullins can repeat this. I think that's possible.
Yeah, I just don't. I'm not that worried about Sam Darnold. Like, it's a complete scam. That offense is a scam.
It's a scam. It's literally just this. It's the McShann. I've been saying it all year. KOC is a cheater. That has been probably the thing I've said most on this channel.
Right. Like I will give some credence to the idea that like the guys that I think are overrated that are perpetuators of the scam, like the Purdy, the Tua, the Goff, whatever. Like the one thing they can do is be accurate consistently over the middle of the field from a clean pocket. I don't know that Darnold can do that as consistently.
No,
but I don't
Darnold
know that
can
necessarily for like Jefferson. Like I think he can still get there with like efficiency despite some mistake prone stuff. We're gonna have an argument on our hands here, I think.
No, please do not.
Take Kupp, buddy. Take
No,
Kupp.
please do not take Kupp.
Please. Yeah. Oh,
yes.
No.
I'm not. There's no arguing. I just am not gonna. I'm not gonna pass this up.
Such a bad pick. All right.
You can have whoever you want with the other pick. I won't argue with you at all. But we are taking Cooper Kupp with one of these.
There's so many other good options that I don't even know who I want in the next pick.
Cooper Kupp is younger than Devontae Adams, who you also like.
Yeah, I don't pick him that much in best ball though, because there's not really much you can do with him. Like I kind of want to be able to like have stacking possibilities opened up.
We've got 2 beautiful stacking possibilities.
Yeah, I think I'd probably be Ayuk or Neighbors or Adams. Are we just gonna be team old?
No, let's add some youth.
Let's do Neighbors. All right. God. Cooper.
All right, need to address this idea that it's a lazy take. First off, all the games count. Right. First off, all the game very, very important. You can't just be like, oh well, this game, yeah, and I mean honestly, Adams would have been good there too.
I'd been fine with Adams.
I don't think I actually think we literally could not have made a bad pick there. I think we did
impossible. Make a bad pick there.
We'll get to let me do this. Let me do this game splits Jefferson with and without Cousins, and then we will argue about Cooper Kupp. Justin Jefferson, with and without, he got injured in one of these games, but it doesn't even matter. On pace for 108, 6, and 1,500 yards in 6 career games without Justin Jefferson, or without Kirk Cousins. He more or less is the exact same player with and without Kirk Cousins in these games. What do you want? He's the best wide receiver in the NFL. It really feels that simple. But yeah, also this is true. I'll literally never capitulate until I'm wrong. And then when I'm wrong, and then when I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong. I'll do the pro Cooper Kupp thing very quickly. He earned targets at the same rate as Puka Nacua once he got back last year. He was not healthy. He missed training camp. And Stafford prefers to throw to him. It's just that is, I think you could say all the other things you'd like about Puka being younger and better and more explosive and this elite yards per route run and all this stuff. But I will not hear an argument that says anything to the contrary if Stafford prefers to throw to him, because that is definitely true.
Well, he did literally throw more to Puka by one. So it's a soft preference. Yeah, I mean, my take on Kupp is just like, look, where he's going now, especially at the 2-3 turn, there's just an abundance of awesome wide receiver picks who are young and we know are going to be good. And like, okay, maybe Kupp's ceiling is higher than those guys at his absolute apex. I'll concede that to some degree. But I just have no confidence that this guy is like gonna be good or healthy at all ever again. And I have immense confidence that that's going to be the
He
case
was good.
for
He was
Devonta
good
Smith
last
and
year.
Brandon Ayuk. The
Last year
last
when
time we
not
saw
being
Cooper Kupp,
healthy.
he turned like 10 playoff targets into 27 yards.
It's a playoff game, dude. It's a hard environment.
Yeah, you know what Puka Nacua did? Turned the same number of targets into 181 yards. Like,
I mean,
I,
we
I
could do
just
the same thing with Adams. You know, Adams had some
okay,
brutal
but we
stretches.
couldn't really do the same thing with Adams. Like, first off, Adams was playing in an actual bad environment, right? Kupp was doing this despite Stafford being awesome and being awesome for Puka. Like, Kupp was owning his own inefficiency by just not being very good in an environment that was efficient for other people around him. So I don't see this as very close. Like, the open score stuff, the reception perception stuff is way, way, way more bullish on Adams than Kupp. Like, we know how this goes with wide receivers. It's like, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. It's done. And nothing Adams has shown is that he's done yet. He's still playing at a really high level.
No, I don't think.
And Adams wasn't even my pick. I would have been Neighbors and Ayuk there. So I'm not even like super, super bullish on Adams.
The thing is I just do not want Brandon Ayuk if he is a Steeler. Like, literally, like,
right,
I just
don't think he's a Steeler. I'm like very, very bullish on him being a 49er.
He's like a 6th round pick as a Steeler.
I mean, take lock, like whatever. Like, I don't know. I think you guys are completely nuts on this Cooper Kupp rise. And I'll happily own the L.
He doesn't care about
like fantasy 101
the Breakfast Club.
No, I don't care. Like, this is like fantasy 101 of like, oh, old, really cool wide receiver, like, used to be awesome, start showing signs of not being good anymore. Get out, abort, red flag. Like, just don't participate. I don't know. I don't like. It was one thing when he was going at the late 3, and you could say, okay, his ceiling is so much better than these other guys that it's decisive. But like where he's going now, it's just tons of risk for what I think is like a pretty small edge. I feel very confident what's going to happen with Cooper Kupp this year. There's going to be a lot of victory laps in week 2 and week 3, and then by week 15, we'll see if Cooper Kupp is available.
We just got owned by an auto drafter. Travis Kelce would have been available for us, I think, but we just got owned by an auto drafter. What do you want to do here?
Yikes. So I assume Rice is obviously gone because
Rice is gone
on one of your drafts.
Yeah.
Probably doing ETN with one of these picks. And then I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm probably doing Christian Kirk to stack with ETN, but I know he just got
hurt
most
today.
out on Christian Kirk ever. Who did? Christian Kirk?
Yeah, he's got a shoulder injury.
Oh, really? All right.
Yeah.
Is that actually true, or you just don't want Christian Kirk?
No, it is. It is literally true. I did not make it up.
All right, I'm good with.
So I think McBride there is strong because Kyler at 72-73 is right at ADP. We can do that if we want, or we can take 2 more wide receivers there if we want. We've got our anchor in ETN after ADP. I lied about the injury. It's a calf, not a shoulder.
Yeah, I'm seeing it's a mild calf injury for Christian Kirk. He'll be reevaluated in 1 week. Not seeing a lot of concern, but fair enough if we want.
You want to talk about a guy who is older than you think. Age 28 season for Christian Kirk.
I'm not against olds. Like, I like olds that are still good. But when olds start to show that they might not be good anymore, that's when I move away from the olds.
I only took Saquon yesterday because it was at the 3-3 or 3-4 or whatever. It's like I'll take Saquon sometimes in the 3rd round. That seems fine. I don't want him at all in the 2nd round.
Yeah, that seems totally fine.
Yeah. All right. CeeDee Lamb, Cooper Kupp, Malik Neighbors, Travis Etienne, Trey McBride. Great. We've got
my 2nd straight day of being bullied into taking Cooper Kupp by the cabal.
It's so funny. Like, Cooper Kupp really should not be a cabal player. Puka is the cabal player.
It's me and Sam Sherman against the world.
Yeah, Sam. See, I don't know if you want Sam as the ally because
I do. I want Sam riding shotgun with me on Cooper Kupp.
Because Sam is he will use the most facetious logic to get to his endpoint, Where I mean him saying
that's all right. I
got
need an
out-
attack dog. He's it's like a presidential ticket. You don't want JD Vance sitting out there being weird. You want Sam Sherman coming up with stuff to throw. Sam is like my Dick Cheney on this Cooper Kupp take. He's gonna get what needs to get done.
Man, this poor guy in the 12, he just had to learn Chris Godwin, wide receiver 3. Not gonna happen for Scotty Woods in the 12. Feel bad for him.
Yeah, I mean, we just went through that, so yeah.
We won't have to take
Marvin
Mims here.
456. I just, after comparing Sam Sherman to Dick Cheney, he said yes in the sense that he's a war criminal.
I mean, saying that Cooper Kupp is a bad pick because he got outproduced by a 5th round wide receiver from BYU
that was great. That was the best thing I've seen all year.
War crimes, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we probably should skip Kyler Murray on this team.
You think?
I think, yeah.
I'm not so sure. Okay, how come? We have it
because we've
very
got
correlated.
Because we've got Dak set up on the next turn. But yeah, we do have also.
You wouldn't take both? Well, let's see who's there. Maybe.
Probably, I would not take both with the early tight end, where we'd either be behind at running back or we'd be behind at wide receiver. ETN ownership pretty low because he goes next to the elite tight ends, all of whom I want to have like 10% of. So if you want to have 10% of McBride and Kincaid and Andrews and kids, it's just it's kind of hard to do. And I don't love Godwin because I think they're gonna kick him behind McMillan at some point. I mean, McMillan's having this great game
behind. I don't think.
Behind is not the right word. Behind is not the right word. Where he will be in a non-premium target role because of McMillan's ascension in the way that Trey Palmer did not earn targets.
Fair.
All right.
I really wanted Brian Thomas there. That sucks. JSN and Ladd.
JSN and Ladd. Watson gives us another quarterback, or we could take Kyler. I'm
quite out on Watson. I'm fine with Ladd. That'd be my preference, but I would be okay with Hollywood and I'd be okay with Kyler. I actually wouldn't even be that against James Conner, to be entirely honest.
Huh. Okay. Wide receiver room of CD, Kupp, Neighbors, JSN. Yeah, let's actually do Conner. Let's do Conner. That'll be a slightly different texture. That'll give us more guys in that game. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good start.
As my wide receiver 3. I would take Cooper Kupp as my wide receiver 3 over Chris Godwin.
Yeah, James Conner is he's 29, and
coming off the best season of his life.
What's your statement on Watson? Is it just the hammy stuff?
It's just like I'm just not very sure that he's an overly complete player. Like, I think he's good at one thing. If the Packers are going to be kind of rotational, he strikes me as a guy that would make sense to be rotational. Like, he is a very good deep threat.
Well, it's so funny.
Nothing really that suggests that he's all that complete of a route runner.
Same thing for Reed.
He seems like the kind of guy I'd want to like get on and off the field. And that seems like something they're probably gonna have to do. If they don't do that, that means that Wicks is not playing, which means my entire season is dead. So I have to assume that Wicks is gonna find his way to routes.
Literally the Wicks FUD. I mean, it's so funny. Like, there's like this battle between the cabal and between common sense. But what you just are a player like Wicks who just gets it done every time he's on the field. That guy is not playing 32% of the snaps or whatever. It's just not happening. I actually weirdly think, I wonder if Reed is the potential biggest loser because he's kind of the gadget, intermediate, splash play.
I don't think that's quite as true. I'm more into Reed than, like, now that the ADPs are closer. When this thing opened, Reed was like going early 5 and Watson was going like early 8.
Yeah.
I was definitely more into Watson between the two at that point. But at this point, they're like a round apart. Reed was just a better player last year. Like was more efficient, earned more targets. All of the stuff that's like the reception perception, like film bro stuff, is like generally pretty bearish on Watson, at least as more than a deep threat. Pretty bullish on Reed and his ability to scale up his game. I'm not really targeting Reed necessarily. Like the only guy of this Packers receiving game that I've been consistently overweight on is Wicks. But if it was just between Reed or Watson at their current respective ADPs, I'm gonna prefer Jaden Reed personally.
Sure. I mean, I think that seems pretty straightforward. I was trying to pull up the targets per route run stuff, but the Fantasy Life website is it's all different now. I don't know where to find the good stats on Fantasy Life anymore. But Watson has been good in a lot of that per route stuff and like a lot of the efficiency stuff, which is, I mean, I guess the thing is they were all good. I mean,
they were all efficient for sure.
Yeah, they were all good.
I'm just gonna try and pull up Gretch's
Jake Ferguson at 79, completely I guess a bring back for Saquon Barkley. Evan Ingram a little bit early. Maybe we actually get Brock Bowers exactly at ADP here, and we can take him and set him up as
don't you dare jinx that. Please don't jinx that.
Man, let me tell you.
I know you're gonna jinx it.
Yeah, 260 of you guys need to drop a like. It's the most absurd thing. When I pull up a YouTube stream, when I'm watching you and Gretch draft a big dog, it's like literally the first thing that we do is you gotta drop a like for your friends. How many touchdowns is James Conner gonna throw to McBride? People forget James Conner might throw a touchdown to Trey McBride, a la Derrick Henry, and that is what we are. That is exactly what we were playing for in this scenario.
Dak Prescott's off the board. Yeah, we really should have taken Kyler.
We really should have taken Kyler. It's fine. This can be a 3-quarterback team. We can do a 3-quarterback team.
All right. So we have Stafford as an option. Geno is an option. Daniel Jones, I guess, is technically an option.
And Lawrence. Of course,
there's Bowers to a team that already has Kelce, because that's what God has in store for me.
All right.
I think Jaden Daniels might need to be one of these picks.
Oh, I was going to say, what if we did Joe Burrow and Chase Brown together? You're not woke. You're not
I don't think I'm woke enough for that. I don't think I am woke enough for that.
All right. He's not woke. We can do Jaden Daniels. What do you want to do with the other pick?
Daniels, and then probably, I don't know, probably either Hopkins or one of the running backs.
It would be so shark jumping of me to take Dontavian Wicks over DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, that truly would be the most.
I'm not taking Dontavian Wicks at pick 97. That's
no, I know, but I almost kind of wanted to do it for the bit. I'm gonna take
that would just become a bit.
Yeah. The thing is I'm not smiling about this. I actually get. I'm insanely tilted by this. I really hate that, because I was literally just saying this on the stream on Tuesday. Like I want my Dak and CD to be like 1-to-1. Like every CD team, I want to have Dak, and I don't really want to have any Dak cooks like panic stacks.
No, I'm gonna have
whatever.
I'm gonna be underweight Dak, not because I think Dak's a bad pick, but I do just fundamentally think Dak without CD is a bad way to play this specific tournament. I'm not going to obviously be able to get Dak on every single CD team, because I'm picking other early quarterbacks. Sometimes Dak goes like he does here to the Ferguson drafter. So it just kind of necessitates. So Henny and Penny says Dak plus Ferg is pretty strong. I've had this argument. I went on like a 8-hour long Twitter argument with David Gaudieri about this. We're going to record a podcast about it. I fundamentally disagree. I think that this is not with you, Henny Penny, but I do think that this is like a uniquely poor bet, in that if Dak is getting you to the finals, right, that means that Dak has had a very good season, and the Cowboys offense has probably had a reasonably good season. So he's probably going to be pretty popular. And if he is pretty popular, then there's probably going to be a lot of Dak Ferguson teams. There's probably going to be more Dak CD teams. I agree with that. But that's kind of the problem. You're going to be going against a massive amount of Dak CD teams, and you're going to be needing Dak to perform in a big way. And if Dak is performing in a big way, the odds are that CD is just beating Ferg. Like, those are just very strong odds. This is not like a Chase Higgins situation. Like, the explosiveness of Dallas's offense is based on CD Lamb. Dak's fantasy value is based on large part on CD Lamb. I think if you're going into a finals with Dak Ferg against a horde of Dak CD teams, you're not drawing dead, but I think that you've just like totally shot yourself in the foot, where like I would way, way, way rather beat Dak CD teams by just having like Jaden Daniels or Joe Burrow or anybody else. Yeah, I think it's just really quite poor. Like you're saying AJB plus Devonta plus Dak plus Ferg. That's like the exact
I don't want that at
opposite of
all.
how I want to play this game. That's like a terrible way to play this game. I want, if anything, I want like Jalen Hurts plus CD and Ferg or something. Like, that's like way more viable.
That's actually Jalen Hurts with Ferguson as the bring back is like such a Jalen Hurts runs for 2 touchdowns, and
yeah, that's viable.
Dak throws for 212 yards and 1 touchdown, and 80 of the yards and 1 of the touchdown is to Ferg.
Yeah, like that's way more viable to me. And that's the other thing Huckleberry's saying, or you get woke because Dallas has issues this year. I agree with that too. I think that Dallas is very fragile this year. They're literally their only 2 good players in this offense are Dak and CeeDee Lamb. So to me, if I'm betting on this offense in any way, Dak and CeeDee Lamb needs to be part of the bet, because if CeeDee is hurt or ineffective or anything happens to him on a given week or in the season, this offense just sucks ass, in my opinion. I think that that's like one very, very strong take I have, is that if you're doing Dak stuff, it really needs to be with Lamb. If you want to take Dak unstacked, you think he's a good value independent of CeeDee Lamb, I think that's totally fine in other formats, but I just don't think that for Best Ball Mania, that's the good call.
I just can't get woke to Jake Ferguson because he goes ahead of Brock Bowers. I've got literally no other, like, Ferguson's fine. He like led the NFL in near miss end zone targets last year. Like, all that is totally true. Dak, I think, is a good quarterback, all that, whatever. But I can't get woke to it because he goes ahead of Bowers. And that is my almost entire argument. And Dak doesn't run anymore. He used to run a little bit. He does not run really at all anymore, which is a problem.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, I think Dak's a great value where he's going. I just think like we're not playing score the most points game, right? We're playing a very specific game. I think for this specific game, I think you want Dak and CeeDee. But you know, other formats, I think you can take Dak, whatever. Part of that's just that I think Ferguson is a bad pick, but I tried to leave that part out of the case because I don't think that the case necessarily hinges on that.
Sure. All right, we are about up. Maybe I guess Ladd over Connor would have been nice here because that would have set up Herbert for us, but we've got other routes.
Yeah, taking away our Herbert stack and not going with Kyler and then Dak going ahead of us, in hindsight, a little tough, but we have other outs. We have the Stafford out. What's the Puka drafter done at quarterback? Are they looking likely to take Matthew Stafford?
Puka drafter took
likely.
Jared Goff
looking
with Laporta.
Extremely likely to take Matthew Stafford at some point. All right.
Yeah, that's fine because we are going to do Geno Smith and Bo Nix.
Okay.
All right. Q just got absolutely ransacked. That was pretty brutal.
All right. Looks like another good time to pick Tyler Lockett here. We already got the stack getting set up.
Lockett and JSN have got to be negatively correlated.
Well, what? DK Metcalf could just get hurt.
Sure. All right. Lockett.
And Adney Mitchell, maybe? Well, Adney Mitchell. Maybe a little Blake Corum. I'd be fine with either of those. Both are correlated.
Do you want to do Corum or do you want to do Judy to set up another quarterback, or are we not sweating it?
I'm not super sweating it. We have Geno and Stafford outs, and Corum would be correlated and Mitchell would be correlated. All right.
And we've always got Marvin Mims and Bo Nix outs as well. And we've got, and don't forget, I mean, we got Bryce Young and Tavian Sanders outs as well.
Yeah.
I look, I had like 15% Lockett or whatever, but that number is trending down big time. I've switched allegiances from Tyler Lockett to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Yeah. Vegas lines have Lockett and JSN at the same rough median output. Yeah, they're off. They're off on Lockett. I think Lockett's time in the sun is over, and Jackson Smith and Jigba's time in the sun is coming. He's having a very strong camp, and that's what we want to hear. We wanted him to have a strong camp after having a bad camp.
I'm on all of them. I'm just very, very on Seattle. I think Geno Smith is very disrespected, hated, and underrated by the community. Very in on the Ryan Grubb offensive transition. As soon as I saw Shane Waldron giving Gerald Everett a bunch of fucking snaps at Rome Odunze and Cole Kmet and DJ Moore's expense, I was like, oh yeah, like that was the problem here. We've got this guy out of here. That feels good. Yeah,
is that making you doubt
every part of this offense?
Is that making you doubt our boys, Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, DeAndre Swift?
No, because the thing to understand about my approach to fantasy is that if there's a piece of information that I can spin to support one of my narratives, but it doesn't support another of my narratives,
you just
I only factor in the
it
part
doesn't matter.
that supports what I want to believe anyways, but I ignore when it points to something that I don't wish to believe. And I think that that's important.
Ball. I mean, that is exactly the thing. So this is the biggest difference. And Jacob, I'm gonna go pee, and you're gonna vamp for me. We'll be talk about this. I don't care.
Davis on this one. I'm gonna get triggered now.
I don't care about JSN playing with the twos in the preseason. He needs more snaps, and I think the low ADOT can be ascribed to Waldron and the fact that he didn't have a productive training camp because his hand was broken. So now you can do your JSN diatribe.
Yeah, I just think he's an excellent wide receiver prospect. The down year is pretty priced in at this point. He's one of the last wide receivers taken in the window. He is clearly, to me, a window wide receiver. He had 19% targets per route run as a rookie. He's in an offense I'm optimistic about. He was an excellent prospect. Has a chance to take a step forward. He's like the textbook young end of window receiver going at end of window prices. I want to be in on this offense. I want to be in on the Bears, who's their week 17 opponent. Seems like a pretty great overall setup to me. Playing with the twos in preseason. I mean, like, I guess what does that even really matter to you, right? Like, do you think that he's going to be playing behind Jake Bobo? Like, he's not going to be playing behind Jake Bobo, right? So is he going to be playing behind DK Lockett?
That's Pete Carroll.
We knew that already.
That would be Pete Carroll shit.
Right, like they're gonna play three receivers now, so I think that's the
yeah. I was not so much a JSN slappy last year. I thought a lot of the hype was just a little weird based on the weirdness of JSN's profile. I mean, very famously, his big game in the Rose Bowl, he was being covered by a running back playing cornerback for like the third time ever.
Was the running back playing quarterback Sion Vaki, or was it a different running back playing quarterback?
Different guy.
Okay.
I believe it was.
I keep hearing these two stories of Sion Vaki being a running back / defensive back at Utah, and then JSN doing all the stuff against Utah, and I've been wondering if it was the same guy, but it's not.
I believe it was Micah Bernard. I believe is the running back who was over there. And JSN like not running a 40 at the combine and all that stuff. But like, if I was going to be a slappy and draft Sky Moore and Quentin Johnston, or not Quentin Johnston, Traylon Burks and stuff after their bad rookie years, like, what am I going to do? Like, am I going to give up again? Probably not.
Johnston's rookie year wasn't that bad. It was bad based on the expectation. But if you just go in a vacuum and say, like, this guy with first round draft capital in this rookie year, going here, it makes total sense. So are we going to punish him for being a better prospect? Like, that seems kind of counterintuitive. Yeah, I think we have to take Jahan Dotson since we have the Jaden Daniels thing. I don't like it. You don't like it. I just think we have to do it.
Yeah.
And then is Stafford available? This might
not.
be our one shot at him. He's not available.
He's not. I think we take Herbert.
Why?
Because he's the best. Well, no, actually, no. Maybe we take another wide
Uncorrelated
receiver.
Herbert?
Well, we can correlate him later. We could take
Sharp?
McLaughlin. Who?
Yeah, I'd be fine with McLaughlin. I'd be fine with Wright as well.
Wright doesn't. Yeah. Well, no. Let's do. Okay, it was McLaughlin.
Right.
McLaughlin sets up a quarterback and correlates with Chase Brown. Yeah, we could do. So we could have done.
Oh
Herbert.
man, we got all the preseason. Aren't you worried? People in the chat with Jahan
Yeah,
Dotson.
guys,
They're very upset. They're very worried.
We literally, yes, we are worried. We are worried that John Dotson is a stone zero.
I'm actually not worried. I'm not like I'm worried that Jahan Dotson might suck, which is why he's going at pick 144. Like I'm clearly worried about that. Can't possibly iterate for you how unworried I am that he's going to lose his job to Olamide Zacchaeus. Yeah. I'm not sure I've ever been less worried about anything in my life.
The Kyler thing is fine. Not taking Kyler at the time was fine. It's just like sometimes the draft.
Yeah, I mean we should have been like minus 400 to get Dak there.
Yeah, sometimes the draft just doesn't play out the way you want it to. Now, the Geno Fant thing from the last draft, that was worse. That was bad. We should not have done that. That was ill-advised.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't use the word we, right? I'd probably look more and say like Davis, but you know, it's true.
It's more on mine. Am I drafting Ertz? I mean, yeah, I am drafting.
I have not 0% Zach Ertz.
I think I have like literally 30% Ertz in the big board.
Wow, that's something.
That's how the NFL works. I mean, it's like Ertz it's kind of like being a Nepo baby, but I guess it's more like not Nepo baby.
Lifetime Achievement
Award, something like that. It's just like he's just known Cliff Kingsbury. I mean, Cliff Kingsbury traded for Ertz before free agency even opened. The very first free agent signing of the year, of the entire league year, was Adam Schefter tweeting out that Zach Ertz got $5 million from the Washington Commanders. Like, it's just kind of simply the way that NFL teams work. Like, is Ben Sinnott better? Is Ben Sinnott going to play more eventually? Yeah, absolutely. But not right now.
Cliff watched Zach Ertz go for like 4.2 yards per target last year, and he was like, I need that dimension in my offense. I need it. And he's going to play it. I'm pretty confident he's going to play it, especially if their wide receiver 2 is Olamide Zacchaeus. Then I think they can probably get them both on the field.
Oh, man. If Zacchaeus is starting on the outside, then like Ertz
oh, my God.
Ertz's targets per route.
Can these people stop? We just got like what number of pick was that? That was well ahead of ADP on the Geno Smith snipe.
He just did round 13 Noah Fant.
Was it even correlated? It was just with Fant. He just took both Fant and Geno ahead of ADP. Like just
on a Kyle Pitts team. Yeah. Classic.
Didn't have Metcalf.
Right. I guess
what's that guy's username? That guy's not going to be sleep with one eye open, ruler 70.
I guess that is a good argument for taking Kyler, which is that you
don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Right?
Well, it's more just don't let the room do that to you. I guess is the thing. It's like, well, which is, I mean, honestly, that is such fear-based drafting, but that is a reason why I like
it. Is kind of insane, right? Like Stafford went a round and a half had ADP the day after he got a hamstring injury.
Yeah,
like that's not something we should be expecting to see. Geno goes ahead of his ADP, and he usually goes behind his ADP, honestly, in most of my rooms, to effectively an uncorrelated team. Then we get Dak going at ADP to some jabroni who wants to force a Ferg stack. Room is conspiring against this for sure, but we gotta figure out how to make do. So we gotta figure out a Bo Nix situation here.
Well, remember we have to have 3 quarterbacks because Daniels and Nix have the same.
Well, we also need 3 quarterbacks. Our quarterbacks are going to be ass. So
there's a really disgusting quarterback that we are about to click at this next pick, and I hope you're ready for it.
I'm not ready for it. Was it Justin Fields or was it not Justin Fields?
No, we have to take Daniel Jones. It's like non-negotiable.
Wait, at the 15-12?
He's the top quarterback, but Baker Mayfield is the top, but it's like non-negotiable.
Can we do Baker McMillan or no?
McMillan's gone.
All right. We're doing
Wait,
Daniel Jones.
it doesn't make me any happier than
We're
you
doing
do.
Daniel Jones. Like what? But aren't we taking him like 25 picks ahead of ADP?
Whole room is taking him 25 picks ahead of ADP.
All right. Should we have just taken Sam Darnold and then backstacked him with like Jaden Naylor or something?
No, because if Darnold is who you need, he's 100% coming with Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, fair enough.
What do you want to do here?
Die, I guess. But probably Hunter Henry. Yeah.
Henry gives us another quarterback.
Yeah.
Woo, buddy. All right.
Man.
They say that fantasy football is not a solved game, and that is why they say that fantasy football is not a solved game. All right. Mental note, everyone in the chat, please remind me of this for the next draft. That when you don't take Kyler Murray at ADP on the Trey McBride team, this is what you do. You end up with Daniel Jones and Malik Neighbors as your back stack. So everyone, next time I start outsmarting myself, and who did I take? We took James Conner over Kyler. Yeah, all right, good move, buddy. Have fun learning sixth place in your pod, buddy.
that was horrific. I mean, like honestly defensible at the time, but indefensible in hindsight for sure. Yeah, like to have missed out on all of Dak, Stafford, and Geno must have been like plus 1,000. Just
really bad stuff. I mean, we couldn't have even done Aaron Rodgers and Tyler Conklin because Aaron Rodgers went at 153. I've seen Aaron Rodgers go undrafted in Best Ball Mania, and he just went at 153.
Yeah, we are participating in a DraftKings draft right now. This is like,
I think this is the lesson though. August 15th streamed draft, like the combination of streaming it and it being August 15th is you got to get the quarterbacks these days, or you are going to end up taking Daniel Jones. I mean, I guess Daniel Jones and Jaden Daniels are theoretically it's a good pairing because by the time Jaden Daniels has learned to stop taking 9 sacks a game, Daniel Jones will be on the bench. So I guess that kind of works itself out. But really not ideal. Not what you want.
No, not ideal at all.
All right, for the audio listeners, CeeDee Lamb, Cooper Kupp, Malik Neighbors, Travis Etienne, Trey McBride. We take Jackson Smith and Jigba and James Conner at the 6-7 turn instead of taking Kyler Murray. Jaden Daniels and Chase Brown at the 8-9. Tyler Lockett, Blake Corum at 10-11. Jahan Dotson, Jaleel McLaughlin, Daniel Jones, Hunter Henry. So we now have I mean, I definitely disagree with this. The team is not dead, so making it more dead is not a good idea.
Yeah, I don't understand why the team is dead. Seems a little bit dramatic.
The team is, I mean, obviously it's a huge bet on Jaden Daniels, but we have Dotson with him, and it was always going to be a 3 quarterback team anyway.
Yeah, like as soon as we missed out on. Yeah, I mean, Stafford, we could have maybe made it work, but it probably would have been no debate. Yeah, I don't think that the team is dead.
and caring about the difference between a 15th and a 16th round pick is it's like no draft. It doesn't change your draft capital bucket at all.
Like look at the guys that have gone, right? Like look at just at wide receiver, like Jalen Tolbert, Andre Yoshivas, like like all these guys could indiscriminately be around 15 picks, around 18 picks. Like it makes no difference.
Like in fact, Andre Yoshivas has been an 18th round pick for like 99.7% of
he was an undrafted pick for the majority.
Bryce Young in the 16th round. I'm not thinking that Daniel Jones would have came back around to us.
Can we scroll up? Like, are people taking 3 quarterbacks? Like, what's happening? Like, what's
team
going
has
on?
3 with
Okay,
Stroud.
so the Dak team decided to be a goofball. The Dak team that took Dak way ahead ADP took Caleb and took Kirk.
I think every team has 3.
The Jordan Love, Tua, they've added Fields. We got
Burrow,
We got a
Richardson.
double early team with Burrow and AR. We've got
teams are they're just being.
We got a Stroud with a third. They just took Bryce Young as a third quarterback with Stroud. Yeah, it's
yes.
People are button mashing today for sure.
Here's the deal. I'll never take Tim Patrick. I'll take a completely dead, cut, injured reserve Troy Franklin over Tim Patrick.
Yeah, so I mean, did you hear the tweet that Devon Valet is actually the rookie more likely to make an impact than Troy Franklin this year?
Yeah, Ben Albright has been on that the whole time. He's been like, dude's not
way behind Devon Valet. Do you want to know who is older? Devon Valet, NFL rookie.
Devon Valet
DJ Moore, 7th year in the NFL.
Yeah, Devon Valet is 27 years old. It's like
literally my age.
He's like Brandon Whedon. We could also honestly, we could make this a 3 tight end team too if we wanted, for the correlations.
The 3-5-7-3 is the total cock build. I don't feel like we can do that.
All right, we do have.
So is it Knicks? We have Jaleel.
We have Jaleel.
Is it like, are we doing like Josh Reynolds? Like, what are we doing here? Are we doing Devon Valet?
We're not doing Devon. I mean, I think we just do Jaleel and hope that Knicks has 2 rushing touchdowns in week 17.
All right. What
do you want to do with our other pick? I think we could do Hyatt. Whittington. We could do Whittington.
Whittington. Oh, do we have CeeDee Lamb on this team? We do, right?
We do.
Can we do Johnny Wilson?
Sure. Got no issue with that.
Hell yes.
I'm leaving it open to taking Dulcich, the 3-5-7-3 build.
All right. I get the argument. What are our wide receivers? Like how horrendous are they?
They're kind of fine. CeeDee Lamb, Cooper Kupp, Malik Neighbors, JSN, Lockett, Dotson, Johnny Wilson.
It's actually not that bad, right? Like, I mean, we've committed to 212 Kupp, so I just have to assume that my take on Kupp is wrong for the purposes of this team. So he is awesome.
I mean, we like Giga stack that game. So yeah, we are definitely saying Kyron Williams has died of dysentery, and Cooper Kupp and Blake Corum are like running the Wildcat in week 17.
Great, that's how it needs to be. Okay, our wide receivers are probably fine enough. Like Lockett is a floor play, and we've assumed that Dotson is able to beat out Olamide Zaccheaus.
Correct. Yeah.
So we could probably go with the third tight end if we want to.
Getting locked out of quarterback too, it's just one of those things that it's so insanely tilting because you're like, I know this doesn't matter until the season that it matters.
Right.
Like it doesn't.
Yeah. The one with Gretsch yesterday was uniquely tilting, and then I didn't know we were locked out of quarterback too. I had assumed the entire time that we were taking Drake May. And then
Gretsch is not a Drake May guy.
I was eventually informed that was not the case, that we would not be taking Drake May, and that we were, in fact, locked out of QB2 because Benjamin Gretsch had locked us out of Drake May.
Yeah, Gretsch is like they just did a main event last week, and the entire back half of the stream was Gretsch arguing against Drake May and forcing Kerrane and Sacrilegious to like defend themselves, like basically like challenging their honor on Drake May, and Gretsch being like, yeah, we should have just taken Kirk Cousins, who goes undrafted in main events.
Yeah.
Just not ideal.
Fair enough.
Are you woke? Are you woke to Brendan Rice? I don't think we've had a Brendan Rice discussion. Are you woke to Brendan Rice as the Chargers wide receiver 3?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's not Quentin Johnston.
Yeah, so it's really not. So it's really not Quentin Johnston.
Like it's probably DJ Chark to start the year, which means it's someone else to finish the year.
It's someone else. Yes. And what if Palmer just stinks? And what if Ladd's injury red flags from college? I mean, they've already kind of popped up, but what if they continue to pop up?
Right. So like if you once you realize that Quentin Johnston is like not part of the proceedings.
Yeah, how many snaps did Jalen Reagor
DJ Chark is DJ Chark? Then like you have to realize that by week 15, that means that the wide receiver 3 is one of Brendan Rice, Simi Fehoko or Cornelius Johnson.
So to give this is the example I'm going to make. Year 2 for Jalen Reagor, he was 5th on the team in receptions, trailing Quez Watkins. So like basically, I'm saying Brennan Rice can be the Quez Watkins.
Yeah, I'm fine with Brennan Rice as a pure dart throw. I don't think he's correlated to anything on this team, but
no, I was just saying. So we passed on Herbert at one of these picks. I don't remember when, but I wanted to take him. I wanted to take him instead of Jaleel, and it would have been to take round 18, Brennan Rice,
right.
which my good friends.
Back.
My good friends in the chat are sick of me bringing this up to everyone who comes on, but it's a man has to believe in something, and that is one of the. I'm believing that DJ Shark is a bad pick, the same way that I'm believing Demarcus Robinson is a bad pick, and so there has to be someone.
They are the same individual, so that's consistent.
Shark has played with better or worse quarterbacks. I mean, Demarcus Robinson spent his entire career playing with Alex Smith, Lamar Jackson, and Matthew Stafford, and has one 100-yard game. So,
probably not good.
Yeah, Sinnott would have been interesting on this team, obviously, but we had a much greater positional need for wide receiver than tight end.
Yeah, I'm not against Sinnott. I'm in on the Johnny Wilson hype, like big time. The beats on him are glowing. Looks like he's going to win the wide receiver 3 job. Big time contingent upside there. I was just a massive Johnny Wilson bull as a prospect. So
see, I was a big Aeneas Smith bull.
Yeah, the beat reports on him have not been necessarily what you want to see.
The beats have said that he is the worst wide receiver they've ever seen. In one of those stock up, stock down articles, someone asked all the beat writers there, and every single respondent said Aeneas Smith was stock down, which I don't think I've ever so unanimously seen a group of beat writers be like, this guy, he's got to be hurt or something. I don't know, but not ideal. All right, what do you want to do? What do you want to do with this last pick? I mean, we could take one of the Connie's guys. We could take Dulcich. We could take Hyatt is still there. Slayton is still there. Theo Johnson is still there.
I think Hyatt would be my pick here.
Same. Hyatt is definitely the pick, assuming BXU doesn't take him. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely Hyatt.
You just take Nelson Aguilar? Oh, God.
So does he have Lamar, or did he take him naked? He does have Lamar.
Okay.
I took him in a draft yesterday.
You get clemency if you have Lamar.
If you have Lamar. All right. You got to bounce.
We got to run to work, but this was fun. We got after 2 very mediocre teams.
2 pretty mediocre teams.
I hope that we got these out of the way so that when Pat and JJ come on and Kyler's directly there at ADP stacked, maybe you guys have learned from our mistakes. But this was fun as always. We'll maybe get something on the books for next week when I'm off and have fun.
All right. Thank you very much. Everyone, make sure that you are checking out Thinking About Thinking. Jacob, I hope you have a beautiful day at work, buddy.
Will do. Have a good one. See ya.
Later, fellas. All right, guys. We are going to hang out a little bit until Kerrane gets here. Kerrane is going to be here in 20 minutes, which means we're going to make some picks in the slow draft. Chirath says everyone's celebrating how they love August drafting with casuals, but I found it similar to this where you're not stoked on the final roster. There are a couple different reasons for this. The first reason would be ADP is just more efficient right now. Like ADP in August is just going to be a little bit more efficient and a little bit better because we have so much more information. We have injury stuff. We have a lot of coach speak. There are a lot of reasons, but also casuals are they're going to stay in their own lane a little bit less. And if casuals stay in their lane a little bit less, then you are going to have guys who are taking your quarterbacks. Am I doing any preseason showdown tonight? Yeah, absolutely. I will be doing preseason showdown tonight. Actually, that's a good question. We should see if there are any more lines posted for the preseason. NFL, there's not. As this is all we got. This is all we got for preseason pick'ems on Underdog. All we have is Kenny Pickett 96.5 passing yards and Joe Milton 69.5 passing yards. Come on, Underdog. We need some more contests. Chase Colum asked, "Do you think Underdog drops more $5 contests?" I don't think they do. Look at these fill rates. The sprint is $1 million in prizes, and it is 26.4% full. They're definitely not launching another puppy while that is still the case. The marathon is 32.6% filled. They're definitely not launching. They're definitely not launching any new contests while those fill rates. If those fill rates go way up, if we get the sprint to 50, if we get the marathon to 50, they definitely might. Stoic says, "What's that meme? 20-60-20 that Johnny Wilson is 6'7". I mean, Johnny Wilson, I do think that was a good pick that we just made. Let's make some slow draft picks here. I did max. Yeah, we are kind of getting punished for them releasing bad contests. I don't think they're bad. I like the idea. I mean, I really like the idea of the sprint. The sprint is just Best Ball Mania without pod luck, and Best Ball Mania without pod luck is a cool contest. But I did max register the Mini Schnauzer 7 so that I could do shit like this, where I could just take all the guys I want. Guess what? I want more Devin A-Chain teams. I probably don't have very many A.J. Brown. In fact, the way their ADPs line up, I probably have no Devin A-Chain, A.J. Brown teams. So I'm going to add that there. That's kind of how I treat a lot of these smaller contests. We got another Justin Jefferson team. I don't think I have very much Justin Jefferson and Chris Olave, so I'm taking Chris Olave. All right, now we've got some slow puppy teams, which are still in still there. LTS, why is there such a massive difference in passing props on UD versus PP? I have no idea. I mean, theoretically, that should be a market efficiency that clears itself out. Like, if there is a huge discrepancy between what Underdog has posted, what DK has posted, what PP has posted, then you should be taking one side of the number. You should be able to arbitrage those numbers against one another. So theoretically, that should not exist for very long, which is kind of interesting. All right, we've got a slow puppy with Joe Burrow, James Cook, Ramondre Stevenson, Raheem Mostert, Javonte Williams. So got the bring back on Burrow. Looks like I've got him stacked with T and with no one else. We've got a 1-4-6-1. Dobbins is way at the head of my queue. Is there any wide receiver there that really makes sense? I mean, it would be a huge reach on Yoshi Boss. I think we just do J.K. Dobbins. I'm trying to get. Actually, I need to capture my exposures. I need to because these numbers are not right. So I think my exposure numbers should be right on. Let me click it again. Got to update the Endgame Syndicate Draft Caddy. That should get my numbers back where they are supposed to be. All right, let's go back in the slow puppy and check. There we go. Yeah, they are right. All right, so I just needed to click. That button. All right, slow puppy, a 2-5-7-1 with Kirk Cousins and Justin Fields as my quarterback. So I'd probably like another quarterback on this team. Kenneth Walker, Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, Javonte Williams, Bucky Irving. Oh, really no quarterbacks left to be had. Justin Jefferson, Devonta Smith, Malik Neighbors, T. Higgins, Brian Thomas, Jerry Jeudy, Darnell Mooney. I can't even take Sam Darnold. Wow, can't even take Sam Darnold. So if Nix and May and Carr are the only quarterbacks left, I don't have anyone from New Orleans. Can I take? Damn, I can't even take. Well, I guess we take Greg Dulcich. He correlates with Chase Brown and with Javonte Williams. Oh no, same bye week. Can't do it. Let's take Tucker Kraft. No, I don't need to do that at all. I can wait for my 18th round pick. Let's do Yoshi Boss here. I've got 2.5% of Yoshi Boss. I've got 23% Jermaine Burton. I would really like to eat those numbers out. So we've got Yoshi Boss there. Apparently thought it was a Darnold team. Turns out it's not. Oh, this is a good question. Went to do a main event FFPC draft last night, but did the math. And how do you justify the approximate 25% rake? Serious question. I mean, actually, this is a very good question. And effectively, you need to understand the environment that you're heading in. The way that I personally justify the main event FFPC drafts is that they're basically the softest contests that you can find in fantasy football. People are really bad at them. They're, in terms of like, I would honestly say people are worse in the FFPC main event than they are like if you joined a $50 league on Yahoo or on Sleeper or something. I mean, even casual underdog drafters, people are really, really horrendous at drafting in them. That is one way. And to be honest, it's also like, I'd like to win $1 million playing managed fantasy football, and that is the most straightforward way to win $1 million playing managed fantasy football. It's just not as straightforward in other formats and in other contests. So that's how I justify it. I mean, it's the same thing as the NFFC. Like, why am I playing on the NFFC after they had the cheating scandal? I'm playing on the NFFC after the cheating scandal because the options are rather limited. All right, we've got a poodle to how much money is eligible in this contest? What can I win if I get first place? I can get $40,000 if I win first place in this contest. That is a 112, 210, 29 advanced structure into a 120 seat final. No surprises here. We have got, why is everyone so hung up on winning $1 million? Dylan, I don't know about you. I personally would like to have $1 million. Me personally, I would like to win $1 million. $1 million would make my life better, and I would be having a lot of fun if I had $1 million from playing fantasy football. All right, this roster, we've got Patrick Mahomes stacked with Kelce, no one else. James Cook, Jalen Warren bring back Tony Pollard, Nick Chubb, Ty Chandler, Marvin Harrison, Deebo Samuel, Jaden Reed, Jameson Williams, Dontavian Wick, Xavier Legette, Travis Kelce, Noah Fant. Pretty easy here. Going to take Geno Smith with Noah Fant after ADP, actually. Nice. Got Geno Smith well after ADP, 12 spots after ADP. Kind of have a luxury pick here. Probably need a wide receiver. We were just talking about Yoshi Boss. Let's just take another Andre Yoshi Boss. Pretty uncorrelated. Don't have a Bronco. That's fine, though. I've got a lot of this tight end room. Probably don't love how much Travis Kelce and Noah Fant I have together. I'm going to select Yoshi Boss there. All right. Any tips on NFFC? Going to do a high stakes entry. A couple things would be the boomers are really boomery there. Like, we've got things on NFC happen, like guys do Travis Etienne is like a second round pick. Wide receivers fall really late. Number one thing I would tell you would be don't sweat your quarterback. Like, high stakes manage. You don't need to sweat your quarterback. You like the first one we did, I did it with the Gilcast guys. We like snap took Caleb Williams in the 9th round for like absolutely no reason. Like, really, it was insanely stupid. We didn't need to do it, and we learned our lesson on that. Winning $1 million in best ball is quite literally my retirement plan. Kelsey Henry, I've got a lot of those. On the $1 million winning topic, can you ask Kerrane what his take-home dollars was post-tax? Because Airfield revealed when he won the milli, his take-home was like $550K, $600K. Well, gambling winnings are taxed at 23 or 27%. I can't remember if it's 23 or 27% by the federal government. And then what state you live in depends. Kerrane lived in the state of New York, so pretty high level of tax rate there if you live in the state of New York. But Kerrane didn't win $1 million. Kerrane won $2 million. 27. It is 27%. Yeah. RT Sports. Do people even know? Do people? This will be a very good bit. I will show people. Let me log in. I will show people what real-time fantasy sports is. I've got a dynasty team on RT Fantasy Sports. This is what RT Sports looks like. That's funny. I was starting Joe Flacco last year. This is a 16-team dynasty league. I mean, this is what it looks like. You click on. I mean, guys, this is the most boomer site there has ever been. Yeah. It's really incredible. Ray Chung says, if anyone is in the RT Sports, the Invitational 5, please make your picks ASAP. Thank you. Yeah. But Jordan Grafanti says in Missouri, I was taxed 0% on 5K1. It does depend on how large the prize money is. Although you definitely should have been taxed. There should be state tax in Missouri, even on gambling. All right, let's make another pick here. Slow Puppy 1361 with Jordan Love, a Christian McCaffrey, ETN Dowdle team, Devonta Smith, Mike Evans, Hollywood Brown, Christian Watson, Brian Thomas, Dontavian Wicks, Brock Bowers. Kind of dead at second quarterback here. Don't love that. Do I just take Dobbins again? Dobbins is probably bad with McCaffrey. You probably want a younger guy. Jalen Wright makes much more sense on this team. There's not a quarterback I'm missing. Don't love any of the tight ends. All right, we're gonna do Jalen Wright. I liked what I saw from him in the preseason. I thought the usage was pretty encouraging. Yeah, Tyrone Tracy already back to running. Pretty incredible. All right, gonna select Jalen Wright there. Poodle 2, almost done with the Poodle 2. Poodle 2 drafters, not messing around like the Slow Puppy drafters. All right, we've got a Stafford Geno team. Kupp with Stafford. Who do I have with Geno? Got JSN with Geno and Noah Fant with Geno. Got Jordan Whittington. Wow, I'm pretty woke. Already a Jordan Whittington team here. This is probably a 3-quarterback team. Stafford and Geno. Yeah, this is a 3-quarterback team. So I can do, is there a Denver wide receiver right now? Not really. Don't love that. I'd like to take, this could be, Darnold's gone on this. It's kind of interesting. Probably a 6 running back team with Brown and Moss. Oh, beautiful. We've got Estime as the bring back, and then I can take Bo Nix if he's still there. Perfect. All right. Got another Schnauzer. Garrett Wilson. Only 21% A-Chain, 20% Debo. I guess let's just add to that Debo number. Garrett Wilson, Debo. Fun start. This is why, I mean, it's like the stakes are so low here. Most I can win is $10,000. We can just exclusively make fun picks. All right. We've got a Devin A-Chain, Justin Jefferson, DJ Moore team. What a sick fucking start that is. Mahomes is already off the board. How sick is that? Oh, this guy did the Kelce Mahomes. So that makes me like Rice a little bit less. Obviously, I've got him ranked there. But you know what? We're having fun. We're having fun in the mini Schnauzer. I don't care. I'm gonna take him anyways because this will be a Caleb Williams team. Oh no, a dead quarterback team. All right, a 0-3-6-1 with Jahmyr Gibbs, Jalen Warren, and Chase Brown. Puka, George Pickens, Jaden Reed, Roma Dunze, Jordan Addison, Dontavian Wicks, and Travis Kelce. So I definitely need to get Stafford on this team. I can take a quarterback coming back around. So I should probably take a running back here, the Gibbs hamstring stuff, although I did get him at 15. This would have been a good Rico Dowdle team, but now he's gone. I don't love that. If this team isn't screaming Russell Wilson and Stafford, then I don't know, ball. Chris Mazzone says, my team is 100% dead, but it was fun to draft Mahomes, Kelce, Lamar, Andrews all after ADP. I mean, that is fun. That is fun. I think that is exactly the type of fun that we are having here. All right, what running back do I take, guys? I mean, conceptually, I like Benson. Zeke doesn't add anything to this team because we've already got Warren and Brown. Dobbins isn't. Benson is the best structural fit. I really would have liked to have gotten a quarterback here. Is there a tight end that makes any sense? There's not really a tight end that makes any sense. I think it's Benson. I think I'm going to take Benson. And we're going to make another selection. All right. We've got a Kyron Williams, Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp by my ranking. And by ADP, it's Laporta. Okay, Laporta, it's pick 44. Yeah, we'll add a Laporta share. And finally, we've got an AJ Brown team. Last AJ Brown, I did A-Chain. So let's do Debo. A-Chain and Debo. Exceedingly fun start. I really don't like Jerome Ford. Jerome Ford is I think like a pretty bad pick, because what are you really hoping for with Jerome Ford? Jerome Ford is kind of nothing. I mean, he had 1,100 yards and 9 touchdowns last year, which sounds really sick, but his in-game ceiling was terrible. I mean, he had these games against Baltimore and Pittsburgh, never, I don't know. Just feels like you're not. I think he's fine. I don't know, but isn't Chubb going to be back by the time that the points really matter? Like, the points are really going to matter when Nick Chubb is back. So what's the point? I don't feel really good. Yeah. How can you draft Jerome Ford when he got the perfect run out last year and got all the red zone work given to Hunt? And we've got Foreman there. You've got, this is interesting. I mean, I'm kind of bearish on. Weirdly, I'm kind of bearish on all of them. I'm like bearish on, because it also sounds like they're going to have 4 running backs active on game day, which no team really does, but they're going to do it because Nyheim Hines is like a awesome kick returner. And well, I mean, look, if Stefania, if she likes, what did they call her on ESPN Fantasy Focus back in the day? I loved that really takes me back, the old days there. Let me take a sip of coffee, boys. Clay says that Stefania said she was at Browns camp. Ford is very prepared and the mindset to lead the backfield as the running back one. All right. Maybe I need to click a little bit. We are already back. Look at this. We are already back on the clock on some more slows as we wait for Kerrane top in. No, these are all wrong. This is not. They had a very specific nickname for Stefania. All right, AJ Brown, Debo. I never clicked draft on the last one. I just started him. We've got a Justin Jefferson, Chris Olave, Devontae Adams. The Olave Adams correlation very easy there. I think I'm making these picks much quicker than Bed and Gretch makes them. Starfania Bell. There we go. I knew Willis knows ball. Starfania Bell. Thank you, Willis. I knew that someone would know. All right, a Poodle 2, 1351 build. Dak Prescott, Devin A-Chain, Isaiah Pacheco, Chase Brown. That's a Davis Mattek ass team. St. Brown, DJ Moore, Xavier Worthy, Roma Dunze, Jameson Williams, Brock Bowers. Why the fuck did I take Dak? Oh, it's 20 spots after ADP. And Enrico Dowdle is there. Let me star these Cowboys so I don't forget. Jalen Tolbert. How about this? You guys, what do you guys know about $7 worth of Ryan Flournoy? All right. Dowdle, bang. Add him to the team. Starfania Bell. Beautiful. Willis, I knew you'd have my back there. All right, one more pick. Kerrane should be here with us soon. Caleb Williams and Tua on a 2-5-7-1. A-Chain and Tua. Chase Brown, Algier, Dobbins, Irving. That's nice. I like that correlation between Dobbins and Irving with the early season, late season stuff. We got Tyreek as well. We've got Keenan with Caleb, a JSN bringback. We got Mims. We got Bowers. Huh. I guess you just take Jonnu, right? Jonnu. Yeah, Jonnu with Tua. Is there a bringback spot that I'm missing? No bringback. No. All right, Jonnu, welcome to the team. And now I am all caught up on my slows. Chris Watson loves 25-year-old rookies. I mean, look, who doesn't, bro? Who doesn't? Oh shit. I never sent Kerrane the link. Bang. All right, Kerrane will be here soon. I need your no nonsense assessment of Terry McLaurin. Is he a product of bad QBs, a bad offensive quarterback? I think Terry McLaurin is the most like fine guy ever. Look at this. This is what he does. He gives you roughly 1,000 yards and 5 to 7 touchdowns, and that feels completely fine. Mr. Kerrane, how are you doing? Bud?
Doing good. How you doing?
It's going great. I just got I had a nice little break between you and Jacob, so I just got to get all caught up on my slows. Normally what happens is I get off these long streams and I'm like, fuck. I just drafted for 4 hours, and now what I have to do is I have to make 47 consecutive slow draft picks. So it's feeling
How many slow drafts are you in now?
Well, now that the slow puppy is kind of ending, a lot less. Because I was maxed in the slow puppy.
Me too.
And doing best bowl mania slows at the same time, which by the way was really fucking annoying because I'd pull up a best bowl mania and be like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know who to click here.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in. I have 82 slows going still.
How can you tell your number of actives?
I go to my active page and I control F away, and then I control F remaining, and I total the two.
Control F away is 104, and remaining is 0. So I'm in 104. That's fine.
That's doable. Yeah, I would say what I found is if it's right around 100, I'm good. If it gets up to like 125, I'm still pretty good. 150 starts to get pretty taxing.
I was giving this advice to someone in Discord the other day. The wrong number is 10 or fewer. If you were in like 8, just don't do any. Just because it's just insanely annoying.
Right.
If you do this, if you're doing like 170 or 326 like Zach,
well, I don't think I would do 326. Even Zach's saying that's starting to get tough.
No, because then you can just block it out. Every 4 hours you just got to start picking, and you just got to make these picks.
So to me, the thing with slow drafts is you have to be able to dig yourself out when something unexpected happens, because this is like you're going to be, when you enter 300 drafts, you're going to be in them for weeks. So like every single day you're going to be able to block stuff out. Like, no, you're going to have something come up, right? That's where I think when you're in more than about 130, it starts to get tough to it's like, all right, I'm out. I got to bang out like 10 picks real quick. I got like 5 minutes to bang out 10 picks on the phone. Like if that's okay. But if that's 30 picks, you're not going to get it done. You're going to have to find like 2 minutes later. You also
have a child. So like, right. It's a little,
but even if you're out, like if you're out at the bar, like, if you're hanging out with friends, like you're like,
I just ignore them and make picks. Like I went to a concert this last weekend. I was at Childish Gambino having the time of my fucking life.
Oh yeah, you were really lost in the moment, huh?
And I picked Rashod Rice ahead of ADP.
It's the best night of my life. Rashod Rice, come on down.
And I'm going to Chicago this weekend. This will kind of be like my last weekend before it's time to like lock into my cave for 6 months.
Yeah.
And I fully plan on making slow draft picks. Like I'm golfing on Saturday, and I fully plan on making slow draft picks while golfing. I'm also in weekly winners, so sometimes I will pull it up and be like, this ADP is wrong. This can't be right. And then I'm like, oh, it's weekly winners ADP. Yeah.
So we were testing. So I'll shout out the DraftKings sidekick, which is in alpha.
Yes.
In
Alpha.
In Discord. So if you want to check that out, hop in the Leg Up Discord, details there. We were testing out the DraftKings sidekick formula, and Shady hopped in a draft, and he was getting he got like T. Higgins in the 5th. He got like Jonathan Brooks is available in the 12th, and someone else I think like Drake May was like going completely undrafted. We're like, what the heck's going on? It was a weeks 1 through 4 tournament.
Yep.
You gotta watch the settings will get you.
Yes. Yeah, they absolutely, the settings will get you. There's a lot of contests. There's a lot of contests in the lobby. So yeah. Did you do any weekly winners, or are you
No.
You're not woke enough for that?
I haven't done enough drafting. Like, I'm behind on the amount of drafts I wanted to get done, and that includes like just normal stuff. Like, I'm behind on BBM. So I kind of I want to get all the kind of BBM style drafts that I want done. And if that was getting done, then I would start to branch out to other stuff. I'd probably do Eliminator, or would have done Eliminator first.
Winning weekly winners would just annoy Kerrane.
Not quite, but yeah, I get it.
that's very funny. I mean, honestly, I don't even have like a huge skill element. I don't think my edge is that large in weekly winners, but the concept couldn't have hit harder for me, which is, it is just a weekly sweat of like my favorite players. Like, if I just take a bunch of Deebo Samuel, Devin A-Chain, Xavier Worthy teams, if I'm right about those guys, I mean, what a smash. Like, then I'm gonna have infinite sweats all year. Like, if last year you were just a Devin A-Chain bowl and you would have taken a bunch of Devin A-Chain in the 10th round in weekly winners, you would have had like 4 sweats just based on A-Chain being on your team. Yeah.
That's true.
Very funny. Oh no, the 109.
I kind of like the 109. I'm a 109, 110 fan.
So if you get Moore at the 3-9, it's fun. If DJ Moore goes and you have to take Tank or Diggs, and then you end up, because then your whole draft comes down to, what does the other Texans drafter do? Do they take Stroud at ADP, or do you push Stroud to 88? Right, that's the whole game.
I've been forgetting about Stroud when I used to stack Stroud a lot, but he doesn't always come back to me in the 7th, and I'm not really taking him in the 6th now. So I end up I have these weird teams where I have like a couple Texans guys and Josh Allen, or Texans guy and Anthony Richardson, because I'm like, I guess I'm sort of just bowing out of that competition to get Stroud and getting an elite quarterback instead.
What is the Miles Sanders stonks? I'm trying to lock in on my stream. I don't have Twitter up right now. I mean, I've heard it. Couple beat writers and people who are plugged in have suggested he would be an option for the Cowboys. That if he gets cut, that he would be an option there. Chuba is hurt. Well, that is something that doesn't impact me really in any way, shape, or form. So
yeah, I barely drafted Chuba.
What do you win when you win with Chuba Hubbard? I don't know. Feels like very little.
Yeah. Oh, he grabbed his knee.
Per sacrilegious.
Initial testing looks good.
Let me tell you, I've had about enough of overreacting to guys getting banged up at practice and then getting carted off. Like, I was holding a fucking candlelight vigil for my Sam Darnold teams that I drafted in the interregnum between JJ McCarthy getting injured and Jordan Addison limping off. Bijan at 9. I think that's,
let's do it.
Yeah, I think you just click that there. We're gonna have that. I mean, then this is gonna be the classic. The best pick on the board at 33 is gonna be Kyron Williams, and we're not going to be able to take him for structural reasons. So
I don't think he's going to be. Well, maybe he will in a streamed room, but he's not really falling like
he's
he
normally
was.
not really there.
Yeah.
This is underrated. The most insane fucking story of the whole offseason that really should be getting more attention is the whole time we were like, Nick Chubb and J.K. Dobbins are the same. They're going to be on PUP. We're not going to see Dobbins. Dobbins can't stay healthy. Dobbins just shows up the camp and is like, I'm good to go, guys. Ready to go.
It's crazy.
I'm getting paid $50,000 and I'm getting hit. I'm day one of camp. I'm ready. Insane.
What do you want to do?
Fuck.
How do you have Kupp over Waddle? I thought you loved Waddle.
I'm big on Cooper Kupp, dude. I'm big on Cooper Kupp.
All right, I'd like you can take Cooper Kupp.
Do you want to take Gibbs? I mean, I'm not really taking Gibbs. I'm kind of out on Gibbs
right
now.
I wouldn't be that inclined to take Gibbs. With Bijan, I'm starting to write up my legendary running backs piece, and I do think like could be a great year for hero running back. I don't think it's going to be a great year for running back because you get so behind.
Bimodal RB, yeah,
and that's superhero, whatever you want to call it.
So I'm going to record my truth serum take this afternoon.
Oh, I still need to do that. Yeah,
I think my truth serum take might be because Pete said it shouldn't be someone you're crazy high on, because that's kind of obvious from people watching your streams and everything. It should actually be your deepest fear, right? That's actually way better. If I'm wrong about this, the whole year comes cratering down. And I think my truth serum take might be, what if Devin A-Chain is just like fancy Nyheim Hines and he can't stay healthy?
But it's truth serum, right? So you need to believe that at your core. Do you?
I don't believe that at my core.
Yeah. I think it's something where you're like my truth serum take might be that Deontay Johnson is, like absolute ass who can only get open 3 yards downfield and is basically Adam Thielen in the 12th round. But I'm taking him, but you guys talked me into him. It's Gretch's fault, and I haven't had the backbone to not only to push back, but I'm like literally at 12% on this guy.
I've got 1.6%, $98 of Deontay Johnson. Wonder how I got to $98.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up.
Oh, we got a star method. Aaron Jones at 22.
Baby.
You type in Vikings, Aaron Jones comes up next.
And then you walk away.
Yeah. He's back on track. Devontae
Oh
Adams.
Man.
Yeah.
Deontay. No, I'm at 7%. I'm not that high.
It might really just be Rashod Rice should be a first round pick. Like Rashod Rice should go ahead of Garrett Wilson. Might be one of them.
Woo!
Something
spicy
like
one.
that. I'm working on it.
Even for you, that's spicy.
I mean, I like it's not a bit that I think the Chiefs are this good, but I'm starting to realize like other very smart people think this too. Like the Chiefs.
Isn't the answer Kelce then?
Well, what if the answer is Pat? The answer could be.
The answer could definitely be Pat, but like I still don't get why Kelce goes in the 4th round. It's bizarre to me.
Yeah, it is insane. All right, well, all the wide receivers went. Classic 3-9, 3-10 conundrum.
I'm into Diggs. You don't like him?
I am a Dell bro, but Diggs is fine.
Well, Dell went.
Yeah, it's exactly what I mean. Literally, I knew this was going to happen when we drew the slot. I've done enough of these that that I know how the drafts go.
So this is like I've been wondering if Kelce would creep up here.
He should, I think. I mean, unless people believe they're gonna like keep him on a pitch count in the regular season or whatever, which
that is what people believe.
That is what people believe. Yeah, I don't think that's false. I think that's
because they did that last year, and
they did it last year because they thought his season was gonna fucking end 4 days before it started. They thought he was out. They thought he was.
He had that other injury too. Remember, he had that.
Yes.
it like slipped weird, and everyone thought he broke his ankle or whatever it was. So he was banged up as well. It wasn't like he was fully healthy and they did that. All right, so you're Rice this high.
Yeah, I moved him. I did a rankings update yesterday. It's like if we're done, if the suspension risk, if the market's treating no suspension risk, shoot him back up. Don't middle it. Don't do it halfway. Don't take him after George Pickens.
I'm doing like 20% suspension risk. No, let's take Rice. I'm down.
I mean, Kelce was so injured that he chose not to get, 16 yards against the Broncos in week 18. Like he was so tired and beat up. I mean, you know how much these guys love those numbers. Like it's so big to them. He had 1,000 yards every year from 2016. Barack Obama was president the last time Travis Kelce didn't have 1,000 yards. And he needed 16 yards against the Broncos. They could have gotten that on the first drive. And he said, you know what? Let's not.
Yeah. So there's a comment here. I traded Kelce for Dontavian Wicks in a dynasty league. That's, I mean, you know, that's
I mean, depending on what you're trying to accomplish this year, that's an easy win.
For who?
For the Wicks buyer, I think.
I don't think so. I think you ride Kelce out.
Well, what if you have an ass team?
Oh, sure. I mean, if your team's ass, then get whatever you can. But like that, to me, the fact that that's in the market in any kind of way is, again, like this dude just led the Chiefs to a Super Bowl. He was the engine of their passing offense. I mean, obviously Mahomes is always the true engine, but like he was the clear number one guy in that passing game for them to a Super Bowl win. Like this dude,
he went 771, 5 for 72 and 2, 11 for 116 and 9 for 93.
What if that happened in the regular season? He'd be like,
"Oh, if you're win now, then you fucked up."
Yeah, you fucked up big if you're win now.
You fucked up.
Yeah,
big. That's
really
one
of the worst trades I've ever seen. If you're win now.
It's really bad.
I'm sorry, but it is. Is it tight end? Please tell me that's not a tight end premium league.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But this to me is like a mega leak. Like
it's just not convincing to me.
It's football, dude. It's football. Can he do it? Can he still do it? The playoffs are a key data point if we're trying to determine if he can still do it.
The Chiefs would also love to have the 1 seed again. I don't think they enjoyed playing road playoff games. I don't think they really particularly enjoyed playing at Baltimore.
No. And that's what's hilarious to me is that people are like, oh, they rested him last year, therefore they'll rest him again this year because he's so important to their success in the playoffs because he's awesome that they need to rest him. But you have no idea. This is like predicting very, precise weather on week 17. Like you don't know what they're playing for. They might be in a deadlock fight for the 1 seed.
This literally is he's going to get rested down the stretch. This is it's the fucking El Nino thing that I did last year. It's El Nino. It's too micro projecting. Not all Chiefs can go Burr. I mean, yeah, one of the 4 guys going in the top 80.
They're hard to stack together now, aren't they?
Yeah.
So we're building teams here. We're building individual teams. So it's not, you can't build Mahomes, Kelce, Rice worthy anymore. It's not possible.
I think this is wrong. I think the idea of their division being dog shit is wrong. It's like one of those teams is going to win 9 games.
I mean, the division's not good. That is true. The division's not good. But what I would push back on as far as not that they're not going to be, I'm not saying they're going to be fighting for their playoff lives or even fighting to win the division.
Fighting for the 1 seed.
They're fighting for the 1 seed. Yeah. Potentially.
This is 100% wrong. Casey absolutely cares about the 1 seed. You're insane. They care greatly about the 1 seed because they have their Arrowhead is one of the biggest home field advantages in football. They care a lot. All right, we got a lot of different ways we can go here. Bijan, Cooper Kupp, Stephon Diggs, Rashod Rice. What do you want to do?
So I do take a decent amount of Richardson here, and I also take James Cook here, and I also take Keenan Allen here. These are probably the three guys that jumped in.
We should leave it open to take.
I would also be open to Pitts with
Yeah. We should leave it open to take Stroud. I'm going to do Pitts and hope that we get one of the Chicago wide receivers coming back around.
That works for me.
This is a great point. Ask any of these guys if coming to play at Kansas City in January is fun. You don't want this. You don't want this.
Yeah.
And everyone knows this. I have no concerns about this. I
also think that not playing him a ton, not like utilizing him as much as they would have while he was playing through injury in week 17 does not mean that he's like gonna get, that he's not gonna be out there this week 17 for sure, or even that there's a huge risk of that. He could. It's like, we've seen teams do this stuff where they start resting their players way too early, and then they show up and they're completely out of sync. Like they don't want Kelce not to be playing for weeks on end.
This is a Dunze, right?
This is a Dunze, yeah.
Yeah, that's
some risk.
That's why I didn't want to take Keenan.
Yeah, that makes sense. There is some risk that he gets rested. I'm not saying there's zero risk, but I think when you're talking about this guy, the best fantasy tight end ever, who's in good enough condition to be the number one, to be a fantasy superstar in the playoffs, to be a guy you would have absolutely needed in fantasy had those playoff games counted. I understand they don't, but he just crushed. You have that guy going in the 4th round. You have more than baked in that this what we're talking about is being treated like a certainty for him to be in the 4th round.
What if the NFL does what I want them to do and bans the too high safety look? God, I hope so. It's a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to find Antonio. There's not an easy place to find it, but like historical ADP, because Antonio Gates was like a 7th round pick until he literally retired.
Tony Gonzalez. That's the thing. Like Tony Gonzalez went for decent amounts in Dynasty before, because he played until he was like 37, 38.
37. So this is, I did want to make this point, is that truly great all-time Hall of Fame, best of all time tight ends play until it's over. Like they're good. They're good. Jason Witten, who by the way, Jason Witten obviously not sniff Travis Kelce's jockstrap in terms of like high-end talent. Like if people in the chat, if you had to guess the last season that Jason Witten played at 37, how many targets do you guys think that Jason Witten had? I'm not counting the Raiders season because that was like hilarious how bad it was.
Last real season.
Jason Witten came out of the booth. He retired for a year. He was on fucking TV, and he came out 63 receptions, 530 yards, and 4 touchdowns, which sounds like not great. That's a 37-year-old Jason Witten coming out of. He was on TV, and he came out and finished 3rd on the Cowboys in receptions.
Yeah, it's
when you don't even need to be athletic, like in the way we think about athleticism. No,
I mean, and what Kelce's a massive human being that can get open against zone. That's his superpower. He can get open against man too, but I mean, he's an outlet, and then he can be used on yards after the catch stuff. And he's got an amazing connection with Mahomes.
I'm so sorry.
Gronk came out of retirement and had 802 and 6. Like it's yeah. And this is the other thing. Kelce is not a burner. That's not what he does. Kelce is not like
no.
Yeah.
No. Here's PPR points per game, okay? In Tony Gonzalez's final 3 seasons, he had 13.1, 14.6, 13.6 to close out his career when he was 37 years old.
We pushed Stroud around, but everyone behind us has a quarterback.
Is there anything worth the risk?
JMO or Bowers. We do Bowers. Bowers would fuck. Bowers and Pitts. Kamara after ADP.
Bowers is likely to come back by ADP though. You've
Yeah.
got him way ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say just take Stroud.
Yeah.
If you're on the Davis Mattek show.
So hey, I kind of think this is wrong. I mean, Andrews, you could sell me on. I mean, Andrews is 28. He's like prime age.
Well, it's only wrong if you look at any seasons from the past. If you just ignore all data, then it's correct.
I have never logged on in the middle of the Davis stream and not heard him talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. This is not my fault. This is not even my. We don't even have Travis Kelce on this team.
No, we don't. This is my fault. Yeah, this is my fault.
We have something the chat has been begging me to do for weeks, which is to start taking Stroud more.
Yeah, no, I've derailed this to just talk about Kelce the entire time. But to say that Kelce's been drafted at a ceiling is insane to me.
He was a first round pick last year.
He's a first round pick last year.
He's a first round pick last year.
He paid off a first round price tag 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Bowers. Ramondre, Chase Brown.
Bowers seems great. Let's do it.
Bowers does seem great.
Although we have Schultz potentially. We could grab where's Jalen Warren for you? Did he go?
He went.
Get Bowers back in. Get Bowers back in. Yeah, let's do Bowers.
Yeah. Bowers is just it's like Marge Simpson. The line. I just think he's neat. That's what's my bull case on Brock Bowers? I just think he's neat. Well, it's like I actually think this. It's like if Bowers was positional designation wide receiver, he'd go next to where Rome Odunze is going. You know, like really. But he's at a more advantageous spot.
It is funny, wouldn't he? He would probably
he'd go ahead as a wide receiver, but his points count for more as a tight end.
Where would he go? Because he wouldn't go because Caleb is kind of propping that up. We'd be like, oh, he's going to pass Jacoby by the end of the season. He probably would go around here. He would probably go right around here. He has tight end eligibility.
Anytime there's a debate with a pick with the clock winding down, Davis just sneaks around at the top of the queue just in case. There's 8 seconds left. We haven't mentioned anyone, but Chase Brown's just randomly at the top of the queue. Yeah, Bowers on the Rams. That's a good one. So we heard that the Rams really wanted Brock Bowers. Bowers on the Rams. He goes where Pitts goes. He goes where Pitts goes.
This is what I need. This is what I think we all need. We need, normally I talk about the time machine. I travel to the future. I see the legendary running back seasons. But what if we take the time machine and we go back and we convince Kirk Cousins to sign with the Raiders?
To sign with the Raiders?
Yeah. We get him over to the Raiders. And then the Falcons, they're devastated. They need someone in their lives to make them feel better. Well, we know they're going to get that someone, Michael Penix. They're in love. They're in love with Michael Penix. They're going to sit tight. They're going to grab him at 8. No one's going to give him any crap.
Right now.
What'd you say?
You're spitting right now. I mean, this is like, I really want to live in this fictional universe.
I know. This is where I want to be.
Because I kind of liked, like, before it became fashionable to hate on Penix, I kind of liked him just because he was so fucking productive at Washington.
Now we get Penix in this Rams-based system. We get Penix with Drake London, Kyle Pitts. We don't have to pay through the nose to get them. You can get Drake London in the 3rd, 4th round. You can get Kyle Pitts in the 6th, maybe even the 7th sometimes. It's a glorious, glorious world. And we get the upside. What if Penix is good? He's finally going to power this offense. They're going to pass more. We're all excited. We all have huge bags of the Falcons. And
I would have so
Raiders.
much. I would have so much Penix in this universe. Like this universe, I'm having like half my portfolio is round 7 Pitts, round 14 Penix.
Yeah. It's a beautiful stack. We're all delighted. Penix, by the way, doesn't go to like the 16th. Like people are like, it doesn't run. You can just stack them up. It's like free. You're just loving life.
All right.
How about we
obvious ADP value White goes.
let's take Jonathan Brooks.
Or
And
do we take Zach
have some
Moss?
courage. No, let's have some courage and take Jonathan Brooks.
All right. Chuba Hubbard injured at practice.
Yeah.
Khalil Shakir at pick 103 to the Josh Allen drafter. I mean, I get it, but I don't love it.
I'm kind of feeling like Shakir might be the right way to play that whole thing.
I've started. This is classic best ball bro shit right here. I've been taking Khalil Shakir in weekly winners just in case I'm wrong.
Shakir's been running a lot of routes. Like he seems pretty locked in.
This.
We'd have so much Rondale, dude.
I can't win in this reality because of Rondale's season-ending injury. Well, maybe in this reality he's not practicing down on the subterranean field that causes the injury.
I think he still was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I think he was. When you get passed by Redman McLeod, that happens in every universe.
All right. All I care about here is not taking Tyler Lockett, who Jacob just tried to make me take twice.
Wow. Now, I don't know if Jacob started theory. We have 18 chances to get league winners.
Yeah.
Has he thought about fantasy this way?
Who you want to take here?
I mean, Lockett actually would make sense.
Lockett makes sense.
Singletary actually makes a ton of sense for the team.
Oh, Brooks. Yeah. Singletary. Yeah. Okay. Singletary is a good pick. That would have been, we would have had to have. Oh, another thing Jacob said that I need you to tell me is insane. He said, and I quote, "Are we sure George Pickens is that good?" Insane. Kerrane, that is insane.
I mean, I don't think it's insane when he at one point was going in the late third.
No, he was saying he's not good.
No, I mean, I assume he means like that good, meaning like we're propping this guy up as like a clear number one who's gonna, just have a 30% target share.
Well, it was in relation. It was in relation to A.D. Mitchell because I said the pencil pushers are going to have to learn ball when A.D. Mitchell pushes them in a locker the same way that George Pickens pushed them in a locker.
I mean, A.D. Mitchell is a fantastic pick.
Yeah,
like one of the best picks.
The pencil pushers were not into A.D. Mitchell.
Aren't I a pencil pusher, or am I not?
No, I think you vary enough. I think you know ball enough. I think you are. I mean, you did not like George Pickens that much as a prospect, or maybe you did, but you just didn't like him.
I wasn't that in. Yeah, I wouldn't like him as much as you did.
Yeah, I don't count you as a pure pencil pusher. Jacob is definitely a pencil pusher, but he likes
says Kerrane is a mechanical pencil. I think that's pretty sick. I'll take it. Those are useful pencils.
Like, for example, I think George Pickens is better at football than T. Higgins. Maybe unpopular opinion, but I believe that.
Dan asked if any worry A-Rich can't support multiple pass catchers.
He won't in 1 week.
He won't in 1 week, and it's why I don't have any Michael Pittman.
Yeah, Michael Pittman. Truth
third
serum.
Round prices for Michael Pittman.
Yeah,
that honestly is probably my truth serum take. Michael Pittman is like a 7th round pick.
That is not that no one can submit that because we all believe it.
We all believe it. Yeah,
no
it's
one,
not.
No one can submit that.
It's like we don't need the serum. We're just saying it. Yeah, we don't need the serum.
Like, okay, truth serum. Michael Pittman Jr. should go behind every Chiefs wide receiver and behind Roman and every Bears receiver.
Truth serum, I've barely taken Hollywood. Much clearer upside case to me than Michael Pittman.
Yeah. I mean, this is true. If you want to bet against the cabal, if you want to bet against people who are streaming their BBM drafts, just fucking slam in Pittman, slam in Shakir not very popular, slam in Jake Ferguson, Cortland Sutton, Josh Palmer. That is a great way to fade the best ball cabal. I
am terrified that Rashod White is actually a really good pick. He's just cheap enough to where like he might be a really good pick. He's not the type of pick that I'm really ever gonna be excited about, I'm not really taking him at all. Yep. But it's starting to keep me up at night a little bit that I have like no exposure to this guy.
What about Patriots training camp reports? Are those starting to keep you up at night?
I mean, it depends which day, right? You know,
Sure.
you can look at the previous. If that day was bad, go back 2 days, and it's all deep shot dimes to Jalen Polk in the back of the end zone.
Well, that's the thing. I think when May can get the passes away, I think they go well. It's just a matter of how often is he able to get the passes away.
Right.
This is insane and not true. Rashod White does not look identical to Le'Veon Bell.
Well, no, hang on. He probably has the Jets tape on.
Who do you want to take here?
Well, we don't need a third tight end here. I mean, we could.
Oh shit. You're right.
Gus is fine. I also take is Dowdle here. This is about where I start taking Dowdle.
This would have been a Dowdle pick.
Yeah. Okay. Gus works with the Brooks pick.
I mean, honestly, we could still take a third tight end just because we're gonna be. Oh, say the line, Bart. We could be done at running back here.
We could.
We could be done. We could be done at running back here. I mean, actually, Bijan. Well, no, not with Brooks. Can't be done at running back with Brooks.
Yeah, that's true.
There was. Oh, this is so good. Ridley has looked so garbage in these new videos against the Seattle D-backs, DBs. Thank God.
Maybe that means he's good. Remember how good he looked last summer?
I'm not. I don't believe that like Rashod White is total ass. Like I think he's fine. And the cabal has overstated his inefficiency as a rusher a little bit, not by much, but a little bit.
I don't know if they have overstated it. They have maybe overemphasized it.
Overemphasized, sure.
But they've not overstated. He was horrible on the rushing efficiency metrics last year. Horrible.
Yeah. All right, we are fucking dead, man. This 12th round range is so bad now.
Let's take Schultz.
Yeah.
You can't stop us. It's probably not smart. We're doing it.
Well, Bowers is the slow starter. Pitts is like total wild card. It's a very unique construction. I mean, as Hayden Wings famously says, if you're doing something just for uniqueness, you're probably giga losing points, but whatever.
We're weak at the flex. We've got a correlated tight end who can hit the lineup along with the quarterback. It seems okay to me. Right, we need that wide receiver 5, and we never got him.
But it's like, what was our wide receiver 5 going to be? Like Ricky Pearsall? Like that doesn't make me feel good.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Dalton Schultz is going to score more points than Ricky Pearsall this year. Like just straight up.
That's Darnell Mooney, like Darnell Mooney or Dalton Schultz, who scores more points.
Definitely Schultz. Although I'm a little Darnell Mooney pilled just because like Kirk Cousins has stretches where like Brandon Powell or whatever looks okay with him.
Yeah, Casey Washington apparently is making noise.
Yeah, that one I'm gonna file under people are just bored. The Falcons.
That does seem like people are bored.
The Falcons beat writer on The Athletic. God, I'm too fucking deep in The Athletic. One of his bullet points was I'm not going to say the name, but Casey Washington looks like a certain 5th round wide receiver from BYU. And I was like, okay, we just have officially gone too far. If Casey Washington, who played in college for 7 years and never had 1,000 yards, like it's so funny that people know the sound of a dryer. Like everyone's like that. I know that sound.
People have called out like the exact model. They're like, oh, that LG dryer.
Which is funny because my washer and dryer is actually right around the corner too. Carson Steele is a bad pick because he's going to be the fullback. It's like taking Michael Burton.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he probably makes the roster actually at this point. Where are you at on CH, Prince, Steele, all these guys?
Well, I took some CH because he was the locked in number 2 and Chiefs running back 2, put him in the player pool, let us drop.
Chess Liam is owning you right now.
And what did he say?
He was like he's like, I have 0%. I have 0% CH. He's the worst pick in the pool.
Well, he was right. He was a terrible pick.
Right. He was definitely right.
He was definitely right. So I did it. It's prudent. You take the guy who's got the job, it's the Chiefs. Anyway, it was a terrible pick. So I I ended up switching to Deneric Prince once he was the locked in RB2, and now I'm like, are none of these guys the RB2?
Which one of these guys?
I think Leggett.
Leggett gives us another quarterback out.
The other thing with Leggett is that like you are betting with these guys that they're just like better than people think, and he was a first round pick. He's a first round pick.
It's a pretty simple case. Pretty simple case to be made.
Yeah, at 154 or whatever, 153.
I don't really know what to make of this CH running ahead of the Prince stuff, because I'm actually reverse getting worried about Leggett. I was like worried early, and now I'm not worried, because it's like I just need to, in the 13th round, I can take a first round wide receiver. Enough said. That's real. And same with Pearsall too. I wasn't taking Pearsall at all earlier, but like Leggett is at least like week 1, snap 1, he's going to be on the field for the Panthers at least.
There is consensus among all the leg up rankers that Leggett is a great pick, and that he is the second coming of Jonathan Mingo and is going to blow a hole in our portfolio.
I mean,
we understand.
Mingo is his top sim score.
Yeah, he's Mingo again. We know. But what if he's not? What if he's Mingo and it works? Right? Mingo could have worked, maybe.
Do you want to take Stafford and be done at quarterback, or
Douglas
is wide receiver?
I like Douglas, but I think Stafford makes sense with the Kupp stack.
So Douglas does not give us another quarterback out because he's also week 14 bye.
Good point. Yeah, let's just grab Stafford.
Debo liked Leggett in receiver.
I bet he did.
Honestly, very good selling point to me. The Leggett thing, I was like so out on Leggett. I thought he was an ass prospect, but there are like real like personal reasons why it took him. Like his parents died in like a very tragic way, and like and I think he had COVID maybe like during the COVID year. Like all same stuff. For by the way, I did a deep dive on Jordan Whittington yesterday. I think he is. I am now. Jordan Whittington is just going to play ahead of Demarcus Robinson. That's where I'm at.
I don't think that will happen right away, but I think it does happen at the end of the year.
Yeah. So I basically dug into it, and basically what happened with Jordan Whittington in Texas is every time he would get promoted to be a starter, he would get injured. He had a foot injury, he had an elbow injury, he had a knee injury. He just got banged up a ton, which is very similar to another guy you might have heard of, Puka Nacua.
Yeah. And we know that, teams are a little bit, they don't like that. So it would, and we don't like it. We want to see production. So you could see how a guy would fall through the cracks that way. Whittington is doing very well at camp. Now, the one thing I would say with Whittington that made me a little nervous is that apparently he is not the direct backup to Robinson. That's actually Tutu somehow. I don't know how they're playing the same position. There's
because Whittington is Puka's backup.
He's Puka's backup. So is he a contingent value wide receiver? Like, is this like Parker Washington or something? You know what I mean? Like, do I need an injury to have this guy even see the field? That's where it makes me a little nervous, because he has to go through Robinson. That's how he actually earns playing time. But maybe he's good enough where they're like, we just got to get this guy out there, Which
seems real. Is Burks versus Boyd quietly a real battle now? I mean, wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing if it was?
I've taken some Burks, man. I've taken him.
I mean, I don't feel good about it, but I definitely think it. Crazier things have happened than a year 3 breakout for Treylon Burks.
He was horrible last year in the efficiency. He was good. He was actually good as a rookie. I looked up his profile the other day. I was surprised how bad he was last year, and honestly, how pretty good he was as a rookie. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised because I was like taking him a ton in the 7th round. But
he was him and Bateman, man. They were the end of the
Bateman line.
They were the end of the cliff.
Except right after them were like several league winners.
Nico
Collins went after them. Can't be taking Nico's after the Bateman line.
Rashid Shaheed was like a 15th round pick. Had like
Yeah.
multiple 100-yard games. Yeah, Burks is not hurt. He had like cramps, but he's fine. All right. Wide
Burks in the slot
receiver.
would be very fun.
Wide receiver is looking basically the same way it did at our last pick. The market's getting too woke. Fucking 15th round Greg Dortch. How can I win in these conditions, Pat?
I mean, we're all looking for the guy who did this. You've been pounding the table for Greg Dortch. For King Summer. What the fuck? Why did you take Greg Dortch? Because of you. What do you mean?
All right. That's pretty bad. It's not great.
We don't. Do we have to take a receiver? Are there any running backs? No.
It's not great. Pierce is a Texan.
Pierce is fine. Then we really can be done.
Yeah. I mean,
I could take receiver. The receivers would go. There are no receivers left at the end. It is.
there are no receivers. There are no receivers at the end.
You got to avoid getting in this spot because there's.
And I suppose in the context of this team, we are not as worried about the flex because we have 3 tight ends and theoretically they should be filling the flex.
Yeah, they should help. They should help.
All right.
It's a weird.
I mean, was the Schultz pick even really a mistake? Like, what wide receiver were we taking there? We were super happy with Darnell Mooney there. Like,
if Josh Downs was there, the great, but like he wasn't.
Yeah, I think this is. I'm just going to add on to my Burton bags that are just like.
Here's one thing we could do. We could take Robinson and then take Whittington later, and just be
I would literally rather take Jordan Whittington right now than take Demarcus Robinson.
Okay, all right.
I would do it. We can.
We don't. We're only going to hurt ourselves. Let's take Burton.
The Burton thing is so funny. It's such a eye of the beholder thing where like he is playing in the 4th quarter of the preseason after fucking Kwame Lassiter. Then he gets upgraded at practice. Like they're having him catch passes from Burrow, but like he's very clearly behind Yoshi Boss, which is like, what do you do with that? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Burton adds an element to the offense that is pretty exciting. He's a true deep threat. He gets behind the defense. Yoshi Boss is playing big slot. And so I think your hope is, if you're betting on Burton, that the Bengals start to feel like, you know what, we could really use? A guy who can get behind the defense. And, Chase can do that, but they use Chase like on a variety of different roles. So they might think that like, let's get Chase a little more in the slot and let's get this burner on the field.
Well, if Chase plays more in the slot, that is dead for Yoshi. That's bad for Yoshi, very good for Burton.
Right. But that's where I think you have to bet on, like, there are 2 different approaches to the Bengals offense. And the truth of it is they'll use both approaches. Like they're not like Yoshi Boss is not going to be, they're not going to line up out of 11 personnel. Everyone lined up, T. Higgins over on the right side of the field, Chase is on the left side of the field, whatever, every single time. Like they're going to use different packages and stuff. And Burton will be part of those. And you're just hoping that he plays well enough to kind of expand that version of the offense where he's probably never getting like to 80% of the rounds. He's probably like 65-70% guy.
No, he definitely could get to 80% of the routes in the back half of the season.
Bengals, in the back half of the season, he could, I guess, but I think he might need an injury to get to 80%.
The Bengals are one of the most, Zach Taylor's one of the most stubborn, never rotate. I know this from playing Showdown. The Bengals rotate like no one. Starters play like the entire game. Like Charlie Jones and Trent Irwin. These guys,
he did with Boyd, but I don't know that Yoshi Voss can have that same kind of like lock. God damn it, we lost Whittington. You were right. We should have just taken him.
We should have just taken him. We really should have just taken him.
Yeah, my bad.
That's just it's drafting on August 15th. There are lots of trade-offs, like quarterbacks much earlier, and people are a little bit worse structurally. But the really good, there's very little value to be had in the 18th round, 17th round.
Yeah, although Kyron went in the 18th until the very last days of the tournament, so there might be.
It's hard. I don't even remember Puka really rising either.
Puka didn't rise that much either. Yeah.
Yeah. Ceiling is way higher for Yoshi Boss. Yeah, Whittington's ceiling is not that high, I don't think.
Aren't they sort of similar ceilings?
I mean, I think Yoshi Boss is probably just better. Like Yoshi Boss is like a better athlete and stuff.
Yeah.
All right, we're up. Wide receiver of your choosing. I like Hyatt. Johnny Wilson.
I think he's behind. I'd probably Slayton over Hyatt again.
Oh, wow. You think? I thought the reports were the opposite. I think it's the
but then the preseason pointed to Slayton. I don't really want these guys, but do whatever you want.
Sure, whatever. Yeah, we're just look. This is why you start your. This is the Bijan Robinson problem. Honestly, this is the Bijan Robinson problem extrapolated to the end.
Honestly, we could just take Hyatt and just bet on. Yeah,
he went.
Oh, he won. God damn it! We're getting sniped on the worst names in the pool.
Yeah, like Jordan Whittington and Greg Dortch go ahead of ADP in my drafts. Fuck.
Like, I just highly recommend never putting yourself in this position.
Yeah,
it is brutal to have to need these receivers.
Pitts is the one we take back now.
We would take back. Yeah,
we would trade out Pitts for Jaden Reed or Keenan or whatever.
Yeah,
it's a good lesson. Rough. All right, what do you want?
What do I want? To redo some of these picks. I would take. I mean, we could take like Tez Walker as a bring back.
I cannot do any more Tez Walker.
We could do Nelson Aguilar as a bring back.
I've got 17% or something crazy of Devontae Walker.
Yeah, I've got a decent amount. Aguilar, if Walker's nothing, Aguilar might be something.
It's at least a good hedge on my portfolio up until this point. You guys are sick. You guys are fucking sick wanting me to take. Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney? Yeah, the runway was very open for him. They're really. I mean, even Bateman is not really a stop for Walker if he could play. And
if he could play,
yeah, it just seems like the coaching
staff the wide receiver too.
He can play. I'm not taking Justin Watson either. I saw what 60% of Justin Watson routes look like, and it's not very good.
No, it's bad.
Bateman might be nothing. Yeah, it doesn't matter that Bateman is nothing. That doesn't make Walker something. Kendrick Bourne probably a pretty good. Yeah. So this is. I actually looked up the history of this, of like what all the wide receivers who I thought were like vaguely interesting who got buried by Ozzie Newsome and Harbaugh, and it's like Devin Duvernay, Aaron Millette,
Tylan Wallace.
Tylan Wallace was one. Who is the guy who got benched for Snead? I mean, there are a lot.
Perriman? Perriman came in through that.
Perriman was a first-round pick by this organization.
Yeah. I don't know if he was the one who got benched for Snead though.
I literally did this yesterday and now I can't remember. But there've been many guys who have been buried by this organization. Miles Boykin was pretty interested in him, buried. Tandon Doss, buried.
Tandon Doss. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But to remember that guy that I don't even really remember, but I remember that name.
Yeah. James Proche. Proche I loved.
Oh.
I thought Proche was a great. Oh no. Oh Dave. Where did you draft from, bud? Which one is your team? I would love to sauce you. And the reason why I would love to sauce you is because I would love to avoid the fact that we just really got burnt at the end. I mean, I'm definitely buying that the Ravens might use more 12 if this is their wide receiver room. All right, we're saucing the 10 hole. Garrett Wilson, Nico. I mean, buddy,
I can't see it. Can you zoom in a little more? There we go.
Derrick Henry,
right.
Michael Pittman Jr.
I mean, it's a great way, to get unique. You take Pittman in the 4th and Henry in the 3rd, just flipping what everyone was getting in June. So just really, really sharp there. I mean, honestly, Anthony Richardson in the 6th is pretty good. It's pretty good. You got the Pittman Richardson.
I mean, your running backs are Derrick Henry and Alvin Kamara. How are you hoping to feed your family, dude? That's an eliminator ass pick right there.
That you have been gifted a really nice value on Richardson, and so you immediately run over and try to get Alvin Kamara. You think you're landing the plane. You're in a nosedive. This is not how you land the plane.
Adding on Khalil Shakir's backup, Curtis Samuel, Rashid Shaheed.
When you take Anthony Richardson, it's nice because he opens up A.D. Mitchell and Josh Downs,
and you passed on them both. Well, he did get Downs, and then.
But does he need Downs? Because he got all these ass receivers here. Why did you? So okay, go up. So he starts. No, who is his first receivers?
His first receivers were Wilson, Nico, Pittman, and then he doesn't take another till Samuel, Shaheed, Wicks.
So he's got 6 receivers. So then Josh Downs is wide receiver 7,
which is fine. But
yeah,
he passed on A.D. Mitchell multiple times. I mean, this running back room is so old. Eckler, Kamara, and Henry. It's not the RB room. It's the AARB room.
Yeah.
Oh wow, goodness. BSP, you've been around long enough. You know the rules. No free sauces. That is the math. That's how we do it here. All right. What did I mean? I guess for the audio listeners, let's recap our team. Bijan, Cooper Kupp, Stephon Diggs, Rashod Rice, fine. Kyle Pitts. We should.
That's where we screwed up. We needed a receiver.
We fucked up. We should have taken any wide receiver here. Rome. We did push Stroud to 81.
That was nice.
This was a little. I mean, this is fine, but this was a luxury pick. Although, what did we do instead?
No, we yeah. Running back would have been the pick, and then we got Brooks. I think it was fine actually.
Yeah.
And then we got boxed out.
I would have taken Wicks, obviously, but then he went, and I did.
We should have taken a wide receiver over Gus. That was another opportunity for us to,
If you want to talk about eliminator ass picks, Devin Singletary and Gus Edwards back to back. Schultz, I mean, again, we would have taken Downs, but he went.
Right.
Leggett, Stafford was fine. Jermaine Burton should have just been Jordan Whittington.
Yeah. Then the
Nelson
dustiest Dust Bowl veterans to close it out. Nothing more exciting than taking Darius Slayton and Nelson Aguilar to close out a draft.
No.
This team did need Whittington. All right. Really we didn't quite land the plane here. So let me get back to a world that we want to live in. A world where we're getting all these beautiful Falcon stacks with Michael Penix. In this world, okay, the Raiders, they have Kirk Cousins. All right. They're not freaking out. They're not panicking about who to take. They have an actual plan on draft day that doesn't get blown up by the Falcons. So they're not just like, oh, we got to sit here and take. They're taking calls. They're like, we got a lot to work on. We gotta build. I'm just spinning a yarn here. What's up, JJ?
This is some great fan fiction. I was sitting back. I was bringing JJ in for the fanfic.
All right, so in this world, JJ, Kirk Cousins signs with the Raiders.
Yeah.
The Falcons, they sit tight. They grab Michael Penix. Everyone's rejoicing for them. We're all excited. They're in love, as we know they will eventually be with Michael Penix. we're getting Falcon stacks so much cheaper, just stacking up Penix in like the 16th round
Sure.
with 7th round Pitts. Everyone's loving life. The Raiders, they're now willing to trade down. They're trying to, they're trying to add to this Cousins team a little bit. You got other teams that are willing to move around a little bit more, and we get the Rams to come up and they draft Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Now what this creates is just an insane, just a wild, very fun, but quite unhinged Sam Sherman thread in which he says Cooper Kupp in the 5th round is just way too high. We can't draft him in the 5th round. Brock Bowers, he basically is Cooper Kupp now. We got Puka. So we're getting just an absurd value on Cooper Kupp. We're stacking up Bowers. Bowers costs a 3rd round pick. That's the only problem. But we can get Cooper Kupp so cheap that it makes up for it. And then Bowers is going to crush. We're going to get the season that we wanted from Bowers. So anyway, I don't have anything actionable here because it requires a time machine. But
I'll say my draft day bags really wanted Bowers to go to the Rams. I was prepared for that to happen.
Me
I
too.
needed it.
Me too.
My God.
Just the
I
way
didn't think I was going to relive that, Kerrane. Thanks,
Sorry,
man.
buddy.
The way it played out, leaving the Raiders without a quarterback was just so annoying thinking about it. Like leaving Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, and Brock Bowers without a quarterback
Oh yeah.
was like the worst way it could have gone.
Yeah. It's rough.
As I told that story, though, I realized that the Raiders would have just taken Bowers anyway. They would have taken him with Cousins, which is still fun.
Still,
I mean, that'd be okay. I'd be fine.
Yeah, it'd be
with
great. Yeah.
Trey Tucker. I mean, Trey Tucker. If Trey Tucker was on the Falcons right now, he'd be a 15th round pick
15th
every time.
that.
Like people would be Jazz. Kerrane, do you need to go or do you want to stick around with us? I don't care.
I should jump. Yeah, I gotta get some writing done. But
All right.
this is fun.
Everyone, make sure to check out legendaryupside.com. The Sidekick is now available on DraftKings.com in alpha, whatever that means. I'm not going to try.
It means head to the Leg Up Discord, and you'll see what it means.
Head to the Leg Up Discord. Thanks for coming on, buddy. I appreciate you.
Later.
Good to see you, man.
JJ,
Yo.
beautiful. Welcome.
What a Twitter exchange yesterday.
It was, really, it was not my finest moment. I mean, I do remain surprised that you're not drafting Rashod White, but because I would assume that your prospect stuff does not like 189-pound Bucky Irving.
It doesn't, but I also, I've honestly, I'm like lower on, I don't have enough exposure on like Pacheco and Rashod White and just guys in those range, like from 4th to 6th because
It's
of
so dead
of builds. Yeah. I mean,
So
like
dead.
I'm just getting tight ends there pretty often and it just lowers the exposure a bit. I mean, I'll get White when he falls. I admittedly though have a little bit of fear that Tampa Bay is not going to be like totally rational with how they handle that backfield.
I think it'll kind of depend how the season goes. If it's a good season for them, they're not going to bench Rashod White. But if things start to go sideways and Baker is playing poorly and they're just evaluating, it's much more likely that we see Bucky Irving.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say this. I think that people often overstate the good and the bad of rushing metrics year over year, right? So like,
yes,
you can junk up Rashod White and say he's terrible on the ground. And it's like, okay, give it some context. It's not nearly as bad as you think, but then also there's not that much stickiness year over year with that kind of thing. The weird thing, I mean, we knew it whenever they drafted Bucky Irving. The weird thing was just fit. It's like Irving profiles as a scat back and Rashod White is actually a good receiver. Like that's the thing that he does well. It's just weird.
109. I hate it. So that is true. People seem to like this new guy, Graham Barton, this new guard they have. Seem to be pretty in on that. I don't really think there is a Sean Tucker bull case. There would have been a real chance for Sean Tucker to play last year. And
yeah, we usually see it from running backs year one if it's going to happen. And he had an opportunity last year. He just didn't happen for him.
All right, JJ, we're drafting from the 109.
What is it? What contest is this?
This is Best Ball Mania 5. You will be receiving $12.50 of equity in this contest.
Yeah.
I need to actually. That's good that I just said that because I need to remember to go. I've been bad at this. I need to label my prior drafts.
That's what I try to do. I rate all my BBM teams because I want to see after the season's over how good we know or think about our teams or how well we are at like evaluating them right after it's over. So I'm just like, I always ask chat after I'm done on a live stream with, I'm not streaming all 150. Have you just been streaming every BBM you've done since you started the channel?
Since I started the channel, yeah, but I'd done like 55 or something before.
What are you at now?
This is my 102nd Best Ball Mania draft right now.
Okay.
So feeling pretty good. We're right about you can name your draft while drafting it, building the habit during the countdown before the start. I mean, yes. Underdog does not pay for my entries. I could do whatever I want with the credits they've gave me. I could ship them all and pick them if I wanted. But part of my influencer deal with Underdog is credits. So depending on your perspective. All right, Brees, Garrett Wilson, Puka Nacua.
Let's go Brees.
Yeah, I think you got to do Brees. Which we ran into the same thing last time, which was we took Bijan at 9 and we ended up hating our wide receivers a lot.
Yeah.
And got to the point that getting sniped on Jordan Whittington was a very tilting experience.
How running back heavy did you? I didn't see your guys' draft.
We ended up taking 5 because Dameon Pierce was the highest correlated player on the clock, but we took Jonathan Brooks, so we needed a guy who was theoretically active. But
yeah,
I really do hate it. All right. I'm fine with either of these wide receivers.
I am
here,
too.
actually.
Yeah, I think either. I mean, I could even make an argument for the other two that are on the screen. I don't really.
Yeah. No, honestly,
really
I'm doing my redraft tiers right now, and I was just telling Jacob this from 13 to 27. I just have it as one tier, which like you could argue there's maybe like little mini tiers or whatever, and you've got preferences in there, but the difference in projection, like the aggregated projection, actually I just used Mike Clay's, between Nico Collins, who is my 13th player, and DJ Moore, who's my end of the tier player, is 8 PPR points over the course of the entire season.
Yeah, it's just so flat, man. That's why like it's always so hard because you're doing these drafts all summer and then you have to flip the switch and sort of give you got to give people redrafted and managed season long advice and stuff. And like I've been so into Jalen Waddle. I like him a lot in best ball. Like I have him, I'm overweight on him in best ball, but like you're going to find him at the bottom of that kind of tier in a managed season long league where he's just like an absolute smash. Like you have to get him in every home league because people are like, oh, he didn't perform last year. And yeah, I mean, it's a really, really bizarre, like second and third round this year.
It's nuts. And I mean, the thing is like specifically with like Waddle is it's also really different based on like what draft applet you're doing. So instead of doing for my subs, instead of doing like NFL.com, Sleeper, Yahoo, CB, I just am doing like basically like a top 175 and just being like, and like I've got a cheat sheet, but just like, man, it is. I think it's like the softest it's ever been comparing like the mass ADPs to underdog type stuff.
Do you find it? Are you speaking to like positional ADP? I'm assuming, and not just like because obviously
positional and overall.
So my stand, because I get questions every week for like the mailbag and stuff where people are like, "Are you best ball brained for your redraft leagues and stuff like that?" And I keep telling people like, yes, this is wide receiver heavy and more wide receiver heavy than you probably should go in a managed season long league, but like. This is the way I've built my rankings. Like the way that underdog drafts go down, for instance, is the way that I've built rankings for literally like the last 7 years of my plus. I mean, it's an anchor running back. It's understanding that there's drop-offs in these tiers at running back, understanding that the running back dead zone exists, not just in terms of rounds, but also just like RB2s in fantasy football are usually not that much better from an ADP to postseason result perspective versus like RB3s and into RB4 range. So why would we just boost them up just because we need that position. So people are like, why is your wide receiver 30 ranked the same way as your running back 14 and 15? I'm like, well, I mean, number one, I make them for 3 wide receiver drafts, but also it's because of that reason. All right, let's look at what's going on here.
This is
Ooh, boy.
miserable. This is a bad spot. This is like the worst spot to be in. I hate it.
Yeah, I would have been okay with Diggs, but
I would have been okay with Diggs too. I think we do
it's up to
try
you.
and do Kelce and Mahomes.
Okay, that'd be fun.
I mean, it's I literally just did this before, but it's like I think the running backs are bad picks there.
Yeah.
The thing also in managed is that wide receivers are so much less likely to come off the waiver wire. Like Puka Nakua's are 1 in a billion. Like literally, it's like Anquan Bolden is the last comparable guy. Whereas you are going to find Chase Browns and Devin Singletaries and guys like that off the waiver wire all year long, up and down. Like it's just the way it works.
I'm seeing someone in chat say that I said that you should build less wide receiver heavy and season long. No, I'm saying that your season long league is going to be very running back heavy. Go ahead, get Mahomes. Your season long league is going to be very running back heavy. You should be more wide receiver heavy than that. I'm saying compared to an underdog draft, you can be a little bit more running back heavy. But if you look at my rankings versus literally anything but an underdog environment, my rankings are going to be more wide receiver heavy than what you find out there. So that's just in relation to underdog.
Correct. And, I think the way kind of I've been writing about it and thinking about it is you still need to win with wide receiver depth. Like wide receiver depth is really important, and that doesn't change going from, in fact, it's going to make your wide receiver depth better when you do it. Like your wide receiver depth is going to compete better against your league mates versus drafting on underdog or wherever, because you'll be able to get like some of the positional stuff is like Xavier Worthy and Rome Odunze on like Yahoo and Sleeper are like 8th and 9th round picks.
Right.
So that gives you the leeway to take, like you can take a dead zone back. You can take ETN or Pacheco or Kenneth Walker. Now you shouldn't take Breece Hall, Pacheco, and ETN on these formats because you're still going to lose. You're still going to lose at wide receiver depth if you do that. But you've got basically you've got one extra luxury pick, I think, when you're drafting in those formats.
Yeah, I mean, I think the move, especially this year, is like if you want to, you can go elite quarterback. If you want to, I would stress elite tight end more frequently than quarterback, like in a managed league. But like it's more glaring now because in your home leagues and stuff, you're going to start to inch towards like the mid-range RB2 spot where you get into like in home leagues, David Montgomery, Ramondre, Zamir, like guys who, it's what you can make a case for literally anyone in best ball, but like they're just very traditional dead zone-ish type backs. And like if in your league that's running back heavy, if your alternative is like one of the big 6 or 7 tight ends or something like that, then just go after the tight end. Like it's an easy pivot off of those guys.
Correct. All right. We are, speaking of wide receiver depth, we are going to be kind of screwed on this team. We started with a running back. We have one wide receiver heading into our 5th pick. We already have, Xavier Worthy goes off the board. Not ideal. It's not ideal. I don't think I've I would imagine I've constructed 0 teams that were 1-1-1-1 through 4 rounds.
Yeah, I don't know if I have either.
And there's a reason for it, which is that structurally it's not very smart. But that's okay. That's
you just
okay.
Gotta pound the real problem is not going to be 5th and 6th. I don't think it's going to be
7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, team 2, great example of how much better a top pick is, which is so true. And we have one team that just went 5 wide receivers straight from 1. This guy at the 4 did Chase, Barkley, Kyron, Rashod Worthy. I don't know how much I like that, but yeah, shit. We are about to learn ball, JJ, one way or the other. The market is going to try and teach us ball. I will do anything with these next 2 picks other than take Deontay Johnson.
You don't like Deontay?
I don't like him, but I extra don't like him ahead of where he's been going for 70% of the contest, and I don't like him compared to Rome specifically.
I think I'm at like 13 or 14% with Deontay, but his cost has gone up the last like couple weeks.
I did literally just not learn my lesson. Like Kerrane and I just did this, and I did not learn my lesson.
I actually did it earlier today, and I had a 10 wide receiver build because I was in a similar position.
I think that's probably the direction we're going.
Yeah, I mean,
unless there's like a crazy tight end value or a crazy running back value, I think that's probably what we're doing.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind Deontay, but I get the allure of. I mean, I like a lot of the wide receivers in like the early mid sixth, and don't like because I don't see them as being that dramatically different as a lot of the guys you get in like the early fifth and just the fifth round in general.
All right, we're gonna have to make a pretty clear decision here, which is, do we take the best value, which is Rome, or do we take the correlated guy who might get to us at 81? I don't know. There's like
I think he might. I think we take Rome. We're already in a hole, so we got to try to just like
try and dig out of it. Yeah. I don't love this. Bryce Young is winning comeback player of the year. Well, he's not, because the NFL changed the rules. You can't come back from being terrible anymore. The NFL changed the rules.
Did they officially change it?
It's literally the voting criteria is literally different. You will you can't just come back from being ass. So like Geno Smith couldn't win it anymore.
Wasn't that Flacco last year?
Flacco won it, but Geno won 2 years ago.
Yeah. Right.
And he what did he come back from? Being terrible. So it's not allowed anymore. You can't just come back from being bad anymore.
Who was it?
Which I think is bad.
Who was it that everyone was up in arms with last year again?
Well, Hamlin was
right. Obviously,
was like minus 9,000 or something.
Yeah. Right. I can't believe I forgot about that.
Darnold literally can't win. Sam Darnold's odds should not be posted. He literally, under the criteria of the ward,
That's
can't
interesting.
win. Yeah,
I did bet Darnold's over his passing total.
You mean the team that literally led the NFL in passing yards last year? Maybe
right, the team that had Nick Mullins throw for 300 plus yards in 3 of his 4 starts. Yeah, that team.
I'm actually, it's August 15th. JJ McCarthy hasn't even been out for a day yet, and I'm already sick of the Darnold, KOC, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison discourse.
Yeah, I am too.
The room is lighting up on wide receivers a little bit. So Mixon, Walker, Cook, Ramondre goes ahead of ADP. Jameson goes ahead of ADP. We like all of that. Am I entering 150 slow puppy drafts for what just opened?
Did the puppy open?
It did. It just opened. I got to be honest. I will probably max this.
Dude, I did that for the puppy 2 in June.
Same. And mine are still going. I'm still in some.
Dude, it was one of the worst experiences of my life. Like, honestly, a lot of it had to do with just dad life. And you wake up in the morning and your kid's jumping on you, and then you are on the clock in 40 leagues, and it's just hell. I did max the what was it, the Mini Schnauzer 7? Was that the one?
Of course.
I just did that quickly yesterday.
I just wanted to try and get 20 Justin Jefferson teams. I wanted to try and get as many Justin Jefferson teams.
Yeah. I do like the short window tournaments, because you can just get like, I actually at the 1-2 turn in one today, I just got weird. I just took Jonathan Taylor and Jalen Waddle just because it's like, all right, whatever.
Why not?
It's a unique combo, and who cares about the 1-2 turn, the guys that are there.
Here's the thing though, I don't have to max slow enter it, because I can also do fast. So I can do a mix. I can do a mix of both, which I will. Man, I'm
definitely not going to go hard on this puppy. It's just too much.
I would love to get to 1,000 drafts, so I'm gonna try.
What are you at now? I think I'm only at like 500 right now.
I'm including my ones that are going right now. I'm at like 600.
Although I'm not counting the big board stuff and stuff before.
Same, yeah. All right, we definitely got to take Addison.
Sure. Need a wideout.
Don't do as we don't do this. My advice to all of you at home would be, learn from this mistake. don't. If you start out with Breece Hall, you can't get fancy and do Kelce and Mahomes.
Yeah. We'll make this work.
Although some of these other teams are making wide receiver mistakes too. I guess it's just because some of the teams are going so hard on wide receivers.
Right.
Hollywood did not come back to us.
I know that was devastating.
That was devastating, especially because, well, I can't fault this guy. Actually, whatever, that's fine.
I have I was actually working my rankings right before this because I do my draft guide updates every Friday. I have no idea how to rank Hollywood and manage season long. No idea.
I like him. I almost like him more in manage because I feel like you're gonna get the information.
Right. I don't. All right. Let me ask you this: would you rather have Keon Coleman or Hollywood Brown in manage season long? Or is that the line? Is that about the area?
I was going to say, it's like, I kind of feel, okay, I don't think we should take Hopkins, so I think we should take a running back.
Okay.
Because we already have Ridley.
We get the week 17.
So that's a really good line.
Or
I think I'd rather have I'd rather have Keon, because if Keon runs 6 routes and Mac Hollins plays well and the Bills win week 1, like, if I get in a roster pinch in week 4, I can just cut him. Like, I can just be like, it's not, Keon. Yeah.
Because I had him below kind of the group of rookies, right? Like a McConkey, and then a little bit below some of the again, running backs get boosted up a little bit, but like below like some of the ambiguous back, like the Cincinnati and like a Chase Brown, and I really like the Tennessee guys. I think the Tennessee guys are basically in the same Chase Brown tier. So like right below that, but like above like I'm not very into DeAndre Swift. So I have like above a DeAndre Swift. Maybe that's the spot. Yeah, that seems about right.
I think this range he went in right here, like,
yeah, for this environment.
I'd rather have him than Curtis Samuel, but I think McConkey I'd rather have. I mean, what I'm wanting to do with him is, if I'm not taking him, I want it to be a guy I'm getting information on, like, immediately, like, useful information. I don't want to take a roster, like, because he's a potential roster clogger. So I wouldn't really want to take. Well, I guess he doesn't actually go after any roster cloggers. I don't know. We'll see if he falls anymore. Like, it is. Yeah.
I just saw Romeo Dobbs went in the early 8th here. That was aggressive.
It's I mean, Chase Brown, damn.
Yeah, the days of Chase Brown going double-digit rounds are long gone.
It's over.
I still think where he goes is fine though.
Oh, totally.
In terms of just like general value.
Chase Brown or Jonathan Brooks, give me Chase Brown all day.
Yeah. When I was pretty 50-50 with Brown and Moss throughout, like probably through mid-June, and then just started leaning a lot more into Brown. Unfortunately, that ADP is where it's at. I mean, I still think Moss is a fine enough pick where he goes too. It's
if Zach Moss was like 10% better at football, it'd be a lot easier to be a Moss guy. But he just is like, he's never had 200 touches. He was so bad for the Bills, they benched him in a playoff game where he played 0 snaps. Like, there's
a lot that you gotta latch onto. It's weird though, because earlier in the offseason, like, I thought Chase Brown in January, I thought he was like a dynasty sell, because we just generally don't see that archetype, like that profile hit in long term. I still don't even know if it will hit long term, right?
It's not going to hit long term. They're going to draft someone, but I think he's going to play good this year.
Yeah, he can be fine this year. But then I started doing redraft research in like March or so, and I realized that in the middle rounds, like that, my year 2 scores that I have for these guys, I go Moss or Pollard here probably.
Another thing we could do is just be done at tight end and set up a quarterback.
I've been doing that a lot recently, actually.
I think I like that more.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because there's no wide receiver we want to take here.
Yeah.
And this will let us take a reach wide receiver later, or set up a quarterback wide receiver stack that we like later. Yeah. This seems like the dumbest thing imaginable to worry about. Like, no, I don't care about this. No.
I think we're in an NFL era where just general explosiveness at running back matters a lot, and Chase Brown has that well over a guy like Zach Moss. But the stuff that I found, like I have the year 2 model where I look at rookie numbers along with the prospect score, and I try to project how these guys are going to do in year 2 and year 3. And Chase Brown's wasn't very strong because I actually liked him as a prospect more than like consensus, but he didn't do much during his rookie year, so his year 2 score wasn't very great. And so but then I dug into like the redraft research, and like middle round running backs, like RB3s and RB4s who are year 2 guys, that trumps just being a year 2 player trumps having a bad like year 2 score. Yeah, let's go Judy.
Yeah. Maybe Steve Smith is wrong. So honestly, the only thing that was holding me back from being like, I'm going to literally have 100% or like 50% Chase Brown was your modeling stuff of just being like, this cohort of player does not do very well.
It doesn't. From a dynasty perspective, it doesn't, for sure.
But I think that what's obviously going to happen is they're going to piece it together at running back this year.
Yeah.
They couldn't afford to spend any money there really because the T. Higgins stuff is so up in the air. Also, the Browns or the Bengals are so weird about how they do contracts. They're like the weirdest team in the NFL with contracts. But yeah, they are going to draft a running back next year in the 2nd or 3rd round, and Chase Brown and Zach Moss are going to be completely irrelevant. But if Chase Brown plays,
unless he just balls out,
unless he smashes, sure, yeah, which I think is possible but unlikely. I think what happens is Chase Brown scores 8 touchdowns, but 4 weeks of the season he like literally plays like 7 snaps or whatever, like barely plays behind Zach Moss.
Yeah, I've been into Brown and I just like that backfield. I love the Tennessee backfield, man. I was really loading up. My Chase Brown, like to you, was Tajay Spears when there was that like 3-round gap between him and Tony Pollard early on,
Yeah, that made no sense. They're like the team views them the same. They're like very similarly skilled. I mean, I think Pollard's better, but I think Spears can play. And like my kind of feeling, I think this guy might be like, that doesn't mean anything. That means nothing in this context.
Yeah, Pollard is. I mean, Pollard's fine. I've always liked Pollard, but the stuff with like Tajay Spears had the 6th best rookie running back target share since 2011. That's on a per game basis, and it was behind like CMC, Alvin Kamara, Bijan. Someone else who's really good, maybe I can't remember. And then Tariq Cohen was the last one. And Cohen was actually an RB2 his 2nd year in the NFL.
I mean, this could maybe be true, is that Tajay's been better than Brown, but like the Bengals could be the 3rd best offense in the NFL, and the Titans could
that. Yeah.
I mean, they could actually be the worst offense in the NFL.
I've been buying into the Titans like crazy though.
So, I mean, I'm buying into them because of the pass rate over expectation stuff, but it's not going to surprise me if Levis plays his way like to the USFL.
But there's a chance that Levis gives us like a Jameis season
or a Bortles. Bortles is what you want.
Or Bortles, fine.
Bortles,
it's the same. It's the
same thing.
Same universe.
All right, Dowdle, Mooney, Downs fits this team because we just need a semblance of like upside. We do have Purdy. We set up Watson. What do you think?
Dowdle's fun.
Yeah.
We only have the 2, right?
We only have Brees and Najee.
Yeah.
I mean, look, this team, I'll tell you guys this. This team literally could not be deader if Brees Hall is not the running back too. If Brees Hall is not scoring 19.5 PPR points per game, this team is finishing 8th place in the pod at best.
I mean, I feel that way with every Brees and Bijan team that I draft.
There definitely is a much higher chance than 0% of the Titans are the worst offense. Like Will Levis, wide range of outcomes for Will Levis.
There's some bad ones out there though.
Yes.
New England's got to be like top of the list.
God, man.
And yet I'm still at like 19% Javon Baker. Like, what am I doing here? This is.
I can't. Same thing for me. I can't stop doing it. I really can't. All right. Wide receivers, it's not great. Running backs, it's not great.
What's
Purdy
ADP?
is gone. What do you want to do?
I guess just go Dotson. Unless you'd like someone else more.
Let's
I don't
take-
know.
Let's take
You can see the correlations better than I can too with the lineup because I don't know I don't remember exactly what the lineup's looking like.
We took Debo
Yeah,
very
okay.
early, so this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
saying
that's fine.
saying Ayuk gets traded.
Yeah, that's fine.
I
I don't have a ton. I honestly I don't love this tier. I'm rarely like attacking this tier of wide receiver unless it's just stacked. Like I'll get a decent amount of Gabe Davis just because I like Jacksonville. I'll get. I haven't gotten like a ton of Darnell Mooney. Jalen Polk I got earlier on, so I don't feel as like hungry to like get him in the 11th like this.
No, this tier of wide receiver sucks. We are only digging in it because we put ourselves in prison. Yeah. I am so like obviously Dotson's falling a ton today because of what Dan Quinn said about mentioning Olamide Zaccheaus as the wide receiver too. The thing is I don't really want to fight that fall because it's not like I really believe in Jahan Dotson's talent.
Yeah, right.
I think he's fine. I think he's like a splash play player. He's not going to consistently win. I actually think Luke McCaffrey is a much more consistent, like going to be much more likely a consistent winner in the NFL.
It's going to be interesting because I think that all of us just kind of projected Dotson and McLaurin on the outside with McCaffrey in the slot. And then that first game of the preseason happened and Dotson's the slot guy and they're using De'Ami Brown on the outside. And De'Ami
Brown is really throwing a wrench.
That all of that matters a lot with how like the only stable guy is Terry McLaurin, who I think is just whatever. Like I'm not like it's like to me it's hard to be like overweight on McLaurin. Maybe I'm wrong, but I it's a player who he's like a it's in his tier he's like the Cortland Sutton of Sutton's tier. Where it's like all right, we know what we're kind of getting at this point.
I just don't know how you get there over honestly either Bears guy or the Chiefs guys. I just feel like it's like the only reason I ever take McLaurin is because I want to have some of Jaden Daniels.
Exactly. That's the only reason I'm doing it too. And like I do think he's a little bit more stable. Like in my brain, the way I think of it is like, okay, I didn't go wide receiver heavy. Maybe I pivoted and went like running back and tight end or something, and then he's my 2. McLaurin's my 2, and I feel safer of that instead of going with like a one of the Chiefs guys or something. But yeah, I mean it's a pretty difficult click for me. Like the Cortland Sutton thing is the same deal. Like some people are really, really high on him at his ADP, and I'll get him every once in a while because I have enough Bengals and stuff. But like it's just kind of different. Like the dude is ranked higher. This is in full PPR, but the dude's ranked higher than wide receiver 40 in PPR points per game once in his entire career. And he was wide receiver 27. Like he scored 10 touchdowns last year and no one cared. It just didn't matter.
Including us, including me on our co-owned fantasy teams that Reeves just always wanted to take him. And I'm just like, guys, I'm not into it.
Yeah. He's a 5 condom pick when it comes down to it.
I mean, how much better is Jaden Daniels as a rookie going to be at passing than Heineke and Wentz? Like, truly.
How much
Might
better?
not be that much better.
No, I mean, I honestly, I've gotten plenty of Jaden Daniels, of course. But like, I number one, I have a hard time being overweight on a lot of quarterbacks. But number two, I think that there is a contingent of people who think that Daniels is like going to definitely break fantasy football when rushing 100% is more of a floor thing than a ceiling thing in fantasy football.
You have to add the passing efficiency on top of it to have the crazy season. I mean, we've seen that with Lamar. Right,
which is why like honestly, I'm a little bit underweight on, and hopefully this doesn't bite me, but on like Anthony Richardson this year. Like I'm a little bit worried about, he was part of in the 2 games that he started. Yeah, wait, let's get Watson. In the 2 games that he started last year and played the full game, he was part of 100% of the Colts touchdowns. That's not going to happen. And everyone's just looking at what he did there and extrapolating. And I basically think that like there's not that big of a difference between Anthony Richardson and Kyler Murray.
I mean, I think that Kyler Murray is better passer, better teammates, doesn't have as good of a coach. Less likely to get like tush push stuff, but better.
Right. We know that Kyler's, I mean, Yeah. We've seen Kyler's ADP rise, and finally he goes ahead of, or at least near, CJ Stroud and stuff. But all right, what are we looking at?
It's like Jaleel, Ray Davis, Wandale, Jermaine
Favorite
Burton.
here is Jaleel out of the running backs at least. But if we want to go wide receiver, we can go to.
Yeah, it's not great.
This is, the problem with this area now with the wide receivers is that all of them have taken a hit.
They're
like
all. That's the thing. That range is all fallers. Those
like you
wide
asked me,
receivers are
you
all
asked me a
fallers.
month ago, I'd be like, get Jermaine Burton, we're good to go. It's like,
Yeah.
nah.
Yeah, like I mean, Wandale not much of a faller, but Robinson, Burton, Mims, QJ, Corley, Shark, Boyd, yeah, they're all mostly fallers. I agree with this. I think that Caleb Williams should probably go ahead of Daniels because Caleb. I mean, Caleb's not going to run. Actually, I'm probably talking out of both sides of my mouth because I've got them ranked back to back, and I've got Daniels like one spot higher. I'm going to change that because this is true. Ooh. Caleb is not the same style of runner. He's not a score 60-yard touchdowns, like be electric out of nowhere. But he was a running quarterback in college until, I mean, basically they changed the offense at USC because they didn't want Caleb to get hit that much, but he can run. Caleb's
more of like the Mahomes archetype of can get you those rushing yards, but I mean, we know we have a lot more faith in Caleb's passing than Jaden Daniels passing this year. I'd still go Jaden Daniels because I think the like, think of it this way. So since 2011 or since 2014, actually, we've only seen two rookie quarterbacks hit 75 plus rush attempts while throwing 300 plus attempts, and it was Kyler Murray and Josh Allen. They scored 17.3 and 17.8 points per game, but they were both like putrid passers during their rookie season. Like they weren't good. And so if Jaden Daniels gives us a little bit more as a thrower, it's not hard to see him get to like 18, 19 fantasy points per game, which would be, you know, where he's basically being drafted at, a little bit above actually technically. But regardless, like I think that the floor being there, maybe this is more like from a season long perspective, I'd probably take Daniels. From in a best ball environment, I can understand going with Williams because a lot of people are overrating also the mobility factor in a best ball environment pretty frequently because again, like you can match the weekly production. It's just a matter of like choosing when that week is in a managed season long league.
Daniels and Caleb are going to be very annoying and managed. I think like there's going to be like Caleb specifically. There's going to be some spots where Waldron and Everflus are just like, we can't expose him. We can't I don't know when they play at Green Bay for the first time, but the first time they play at Green Bay, he's going to throw 22 passes. I first off, I didn't say this. I did not say.
I don't think that either. Just to put that out.
I did not say this. Jaden Daniels is not a particularly accurate thrower, though. He's much better. He's much better throwing outside the hashes than inside, which works in college. But there will be a learning curve in the NFL. It's just true.
Yeah, I mean, I think Daniels is still like he's going to go later in a home league and in a lot of managed leagues. So like
100%.
You can easily just tack him on and get him as your late round quarterback.
Yeah, this area that we are in is absolute. It's just.
Are we good at what's our running back room again? Are we good there?
We could take another running back.
No, we're good. Let's sit at 4.
Yeah, I think we take Mims by a lot.
Okay.
Mims, it's just eye of the beholder stuff with preseason. Like whatever you want to do with the preseason stuff. I think we'll learn more. I think we'll learn more about Mims this week when they're going to let Nick start. If Mims is behind Reynolds and Tim Patrick for the entirety of Nick's snaps this week, then I will back off. But
yeah. And it sounds rough for Troy Franklin right now too. I saw Ben Albright tweet about how he thinks Devon Vele is ahead of Troy Franklin right now. Which is what Devon Vele, because I write up every guy who goes to the combine or for my prospect guide. Vele is the oldest by far, like by a year, the oldest wide receiver in my prospect database.
He's 26.
Yeah, because he went on like a mission trip before college started.
All right, we have a 2-4-7-2 with Mahomes stacked, Watson double stacked, Brees, Najee, Dowdle as the running backs, Debo, Ridley, Rome, Addison, Judy, Pearsall, Mims, Kelce, and Njoku. What do you want to do here?
For the wide receiver darts, man.
I think I would just straight up. I think Jordan Whittington went. Yeah, he did. I was ready for Jordan Whittington. I think Luke McCaffrey, Tyler Boyd, Javon Baker, Jalen Hyatt.
I'm down with whatever your exposure looks like. Whatever you feel most comfortable. This is your account, man.
Hyatt. I need a little bit. I need a little bit more of.
Okay.
All right. I gotta address this. Let's go look at some rookie efficiency from some of your favorite quarterbacks. It's going to be way worse than you think. Whatever you think your favorite rookie quarterback has done, they're going to it's so bad. All right. What's the best way to do this? Descending, we'll go adjusted net yards per pass attempt since 2010. Quarterback. Should I do first round picks or all quarterbacks?
Do all and then have an attempt filter.
Okay. First year of player's career. How many? 300?
300, yeah.
Last 10 years. Best was Dak
Look at
Prescott. Look at some of these guys, how bad they were. Bryce Young, Zach Wilson, Geno Smith, Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Kenny. Look, I mean, these are guys who couldn't dream.
There's Kyler's 20, like right there by Davis Mills and Andy Dalton.
And like even Joe Burrow was worse than Joe Burrow's rookie season. He was worse adjusted net yards per attempt than Mac Jones.
That's what I'm saying. Like the chance of literally with Jaden Daniels, we're looking at a Josh Allen, Kyler Murray rookie season more than like that's the median outcome, which is a 17 to 18 point per game season. But there is a little bit more upside that is being baked, like that people are recognizing, and that's why his ADP is where it's at, and it should be where it's at. Like it's fine. Like I'm not really hating on the ADP, but I think that there's 1,000,000% a contingent of people who believe that like Jaden Daniels is easily he should be going where Anthony Richardson's going, or he should be going where
Carson Wentz's net adjusted yards per attempt was better than Joe Burrow's rookie season for the Commanders.
Yeah.
Like the assist version of Carson Wentz had the same net adjusted yards per, like it's very hard for rookie quarterback. It's a lot of information to take on.
And sometimes, let's get Baker, baby.
Baker? Okay, perfect.
I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid, but I feel like he shouldn't be going in the last round of drafts.
The preseason information was not great for him, but I just think he's awesome. And yes, this is totally the argument, is that the spike week stuff for Jaden Daniels is insane good.
Yeah, but I still go back to like if you look at like decent enough pocket passers, you can still hit similar spiked weeks from them. Like it comes down to scoring touchdowns at the end of the day. And if he's not finding the end zone on the ground, he's likely not going to make up for it very frequently through the air. And so, yeah, I mean, like
maybe if I felt better about their second wide receiver, like if I thought there was a real answer there outside of McLaurin, okay, what do you want to do for who's your favorite 18th round wide receiver? JJ Zachariason's.
Javon Baker usually. Let's keep scrolling. We can get Johnny Wilson still there. I've been snagging him a little bit more.
Johnny Wilson is gone.
Get owned. I mean, Tillman fits the build.
Casey Washington.
We could just throw it at Tillman.
Let's do Tillman. All right.
Tillman sucks, but it's fine. It's fine.
He does suck. High stakes redraft league, 5th wide receiver, pick 7-2, Worthy, Jaden Reed, or JSN. I have Worthy ranked higher. I'm gonna guess JJ has Reed, Worthy, JSN in that order.
I might have Reed, JSN, Worthy, but I think they're all.
Worthy and Reed are in the same tier. JSN is the tier back for me, but I I actually just love all of those guys, honestly.
Me
I think they're
too.
all-
And I
they're all
loved
good picks.
I was a Xavier Worthy guy as a prospect. So yeah, I mean they're all fine. I do think that like Packers, I'm getting my Packers wide receivers aside from like Dontavian Wicks, who's late. I'm just getting a lot of that exposure in best ball. It's a cheap out, I know, but I do think there's a very real chance that Jaden Reed is a massive headache week to week and managed.
I think he's almost certainly going to be a mass. I think every Packers wide receiver is going to be.
The thing is though, there's just obvious, like we talk about contingent upside all the time, but like when you have literally 3 other guys that could then force you to, like Bo Melton's apparently not having, like he had a bad day the other day. And so like, let's just assume there's 4 wide receivers. Literally one of the 4 gets hurt. The other guys are now full-time players, right? Because they, like, even if it's Watson, you can see how it formulates. Even if it's Jaden Reed, you can see how they would formulate the lineup and where they would line up. So it's like that many outs, knowing that injuries are going to happen, you know? And then once that happens, it's like, I mean, all of them are gonna, whoever's not hurt ends up being a huge value.
Correct. All right, let's recap. Let's see what we could have done. Let's see what we could have done differently.
This is kind of rough.
I mean, I guess if you're taking Brees, you just have to say, I'm taking Amari Cooper at 33, or I'm taking Zay Flowers at 33, or I'm taking T. Higgins at 33. Like you can't really do what we did.
Yeah, I mean, but oftentimes though, you will still see one of the Houston guys fall, or even like a DJ Moore there. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me label this team real quick so that I can save your $12.50 of equity. I mean, honestly, even taking Mahomes after seeing maybe the thing was you just don't take Mahomes after seeing all these wide receivers go and realizing how far you're going to get behind. Maybe you do just take
Rashod Rice or something.
Rice. Yeah. We take Ridley, we take Rome, we take Addison. I mean, we had to do all those things. Maybe you take Palmer here. Maybe you take Palmer instead of Najee.
I think it's I don't know. I think that decision was okay. Palmer, honestly, Palmer and Sutton both are the same for me, where it's just like, like, what is it? Like, is this going to really do it for you? Maybe it will, but like, I don't know. I haven't seen the upside with Palmer the way that others have. If
you swap out, I mean, we do feel better. If we swapped out Mahomes for Rice, we'd feel better.
I think that's the inflection point with this.
Yeah. Njoku, I actually think is a good pick. I think instead of being like, let's take Jacoby Myers, I think just being done at tight end, I think that was fine. Judy is the new, like, man, if Judy's good, this team's really cooking with gas, but no one believes Judy is good. Like no one believes Jerry Judy is going to have a good season. Dowdle, good pick. I like that a lot. I mean, I think Dowdle probably has an argument to be going a full tier ahead, like Devin Singletary range. Pearsall, I think, fits the team. Watson, Jaleel, Mims, Hyatt, Baker, Tillman. Sure. I mean, if you have 10 wide receivers, you probably don't have a good wide receiver room. It's kind of how that math breaks down.
Exactly.
But
I don't mind I don't mind the running back room, the way that we played it. I think the quarterback room is fine. Obviously the tight end room's good. I mean, like, that's what's going to happen is you're not going to feel great about everything. And at least we made up for it in volume. It is definitely a team. It's a team.
This is a team that has been entered into Best Ball Mania 5. I have realized, I mean, actually, I have not liked any of the teams that I drafted today. So I guess, I mean, it's a combination of people in August are both better and worse at drafting. So like the values are gone. You know, we've got Greg Dortch going in the 14th round. Like you just don't have free points anymore.
Yeah.
And people are smashing the quarterbacks early. Like you just aren't, you're not getting 2 of 30 spots after ADP. None of that. Oh, all right. Mr. Rotorun wants to get sauced out of the 7-0. He did AJ Brown. I guess he knew he was in the tough room. So he did. I mean, is AJ Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs better than Bijan and Waddle? It probably is, right?
I might go Bijan Waddle. Honestly, But I'm high on Waddle, and and I'm a little bit lower on Gibbs. So I guess that's the reason. I
All right,
love
Mike.
AJ Brown though.
Sure. He takes the wide receiver 3 at pick 31. Shout out. He takes Josh Jacobs. Do you know ball, bro? Do you know ball? Josh Jacobs at 55. You're getting way behind the wide. You got behind the wide receiver 8 ball. You got behind the wide receiver 8 ball, not for Kelce Mahomes. You got behind the wide receiver avalanche for Josh Jacobs.
What's your Jacobs exposure, and are you scared?
That is a great question. What is my? It's got to be sub 1%.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you also
0.4%, Josh.
Yeah,
Jacobs.
you've taken such stands. I've been more. I mean, very classic. Shocked face that I've been more like middle of the road with some stuff. Because part of it too is that like this is my first year of like going really hard, and just kind of not.
You don't want to go to zero. You don't want to lose it all.
I'm just figuring out like the balance of it all. And I don't think about exposure that frequently while I'm drafting. Like I'll check maybe like once a week and stuff. Yes. And like just naturally, I'm just getting pretty flat exposure. Like my highest guys are like just over 20%. And then I have a lot of guys in that like 13 to 15% range.
Yeah.
But my low guys are like, I mean, Zamir White, I have like maybe 1%, but like Jacobs, I'm definitely fearful of the Jacob stuff right now because of this Marshawn Lloyd stuff and the injury. And I was texting Edwin Polderas, doctor of physical therapy, Edwin Polderas, yesterday, and he got me really scared about Marshawn Lloyd.
I mean, I'm scared of Marshawn Lloyd because a rookie running back with a hamstring injury is just a bad spot.
I know, but then if you don't believe in Marshawn Lloyd, then you have to draft Josh Jacobs.
We just need Rome to be the wide receiver 10, and this team is fine. John drafts Brian Thomas. Wow, where do you get your ideas? What a cabal member. David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. I think this is a bad handcuck. I think handcucking is like Chase and Moss, Singletary and Tracy, stuff like that. I think this is a bad handcuck. I don't like it. You try and get behind Rashid Shaheed and Josh Palmer in back-to-back picks is the ultimate trying to not get buried by the avalanche. I mean, you did the same thing we did. You just did it without an elite tight end. You did it for Josh Jacobs. Jalen Tolbert, Chess Liam-ass pick here. Justin Fields. What a quarterback room. 3 quarterbacks with Hurts is also bad, I think. I think you just got it. It's fine if you want it to be Justin Fields. It's completely fine if you want it to be Justin Fields, but you got to you can't take you especially can't take Derek Carr if your plan is to take Roman Wilson next, because Roman Wilson is just a zero. Yeah, I'd rather have round 18 Vaki straight up, no cap.
I didn't even have him in my prospect model because he's
a safety.
I literally had no idea who he was whenever they got him. No idea.
John got engaged and then becomes a cuck and is like, I gotta start protecting myself. Sion Vaki though, he's gonna make the team. He's gonna make the team over Craig Reynolds. It's gonna happen.
How much David Montgomery do you have?
I'm trying to get more because I just said it. I have 9.1%, 439.
Yeah, I'm at like 6.
He was probably like a good pick for my style of drafting before anyways. And hamstring injuries for a guy who's already had one.
Yeah.
Feels
scary.
Like Montgomery is a good pick.
But Montgomery, I can't. I think he's a massive avoid in season long. The way like he'll go like mid. Yeah, look at that. Did you see the picture I added to the thread?
Bucket hat ass team.
I added another one. There it is.
Look at that. FSTA. How many Ridley wide receiver 2 teams do you have? I literally probably have none. I probably literally have a stone cold 0
at 2. Yeah. I have a lot of Ridley, but not as 2.
I was a Hopkins over Ridley, bro.
Me too.
Me
too. To be clear, I have way too much Hopkins. It sucks.
All right. Well, that is great. How are you enjoying your becoming a best ball bro off season? do you find it to be annoying how often you are thinking about fantasy football when you're a best ball bro?
No, man. I mean, that's been fine because I think about this stuff regardless. The thing that's been great too is that like all the best ball bros that are out there have been very inviting, very welcoming. It's been really fun to chop it up with folks on the podcast and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, like it's nice at the end of the day. I've been saying this a lot. It's nice to like have a show where I don't need to be right. You know what I mean? Like I'm learning while other people are learning. I'm going through this while other people are going through this. And I don't have to, I can just kind of let loose a little bit more than I typically do. Cause like with the late round podcast, it's like, if I even say the wrong word, people come at me and either make fun of me or
you're just Joe Rogan, bro.
And yeah. Well, that's what I'm just trying to be, Joe Rogan, at the end of the day. Yeah.
It's just, there's nothing more American than getting mad that the thing you paid for is you're getting too much of it.
Not even pay. I mean, they're getting it for free. That's the thing. Like people are getting mad because my podcast feed has an extra episode of a podcast this year. That's what it comes down to.
I mean, it is incredible. I am enjoying your presence in these streets. I mean, I think best ball is for people who think about the game the way you do. I mean, best ball might even be better than managed because it's so much about projecting and ranges of outcomes and balancing a portfolio and things like it's so obvious.
Yeah. I mean, like there's definitely been, the thing that I have had a little bit of trouble with is just like taking the hits as the summer goes on, like Jermaine
annoying.
Burton being a really good example of that. Like I was high on him as a prospect and I was drafting him, and then you get all these reports and you just have this up and down with these players and your takes for these players. I like Kamani Vidal, which I think is a really good learning of like,
oh God,
it's a great season long play, but not as much of a best ball play. Like that kind of stuff has definitely been helpful. Fortunately, my Vidal stuff is more in the puppy from June as opposed to best ball mania. But I still think, for the record, Vidal is going to make the team.
You do? You think he's going to make it over
Yes.
Patterson? I mean, Patterson is well, I guess I don't know this, but I'm assuming that Patterson either was or is going to be a core 4 special teamer. But if that's not true, then there's no way.
Yeah, I think Vidal is going to make the team. If you read the article too, like they're like, this is what we're seeing now. It's like, yeah, because Vidal's been hurt. Like he hasn't been able to play. So based on that, he's not going to make the team. I just, I still think that like the thesis and the idea behind Vidal wasn't totally wrong, but it was definitely more of like a season long manage, you can play the waiver wire kind of stance.
Well, just zeros in round 14 literally do not in fact, you probably, if you're not taking zeros in round 14 and manage, you're probably playing bad.
Right. Exactly.
But a zero, like a literal season long zero, like you get he's not even on a team. It is devastating for like your results in best ball.
Yeah. And that's been a really good learning for me throughout this. Like early on, again, I've changed a lot, like in July and stuff, just based on talking to a lot of people and just like realizing and figuring things out on my own. But like, that's why like a guy like Jaleel McLaughlin, I have a ton of Jaleel McLaughlin because he's going to have a role like it's going to exist. Do I think that he's going to be a top 10 running back? No, but he's efficient enough and he's good. And I feel strongly about him at least playing a role. So fortunately I was pivoting to players like that more frequently. I've gotten a lot of like Ray Davis and stuff too.
That's a really good one. Just like very clear role, gonna play a ton, all that stuff.
But yeah, the Vidal's, I really do think he's still gonna make the team. He just has to. We'll see. The problem is, no offense to Chargers beat writers, but like, does anyone care about the Chargers? Like, there's no reports on the Chargers ever. That's the one team where
it's so hard to find.
Nothing. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's crazy.
Like even Daniel Proper, who is the athletic guy, like the two things we really care about, which is who's going to be the third wide receiver if QJ is not it.
Yeah.
And what's the running back situation? Like nothing. I check the Chargers athletic every day and it is like nothing. There's nothing.
If you just Twitter search for like random Chargers players and you just look at the latest tweets, none of them are from like the account or from like beats. It's literally, or people that are like, it's literally just random fans arguing about, the team or like in fantasy football and stuff. It's really pretty tilting.
Yeah, it's their Madden ratings is what's
Yeah,
happening.
exactly.
All right, JJ, let's get out of here. Tell the people about all the cool stuff they can find on lateround.com.
Yeah, I got the late round draft guide. Check that out. It's like 80% of it is like game theory and stuff. It's not really just player take driven, which you can find in a lot of draft guides. Got the late round podcast, doing episodes of that, including the Becoming a Best Ball Bro series. There's only 2 more episodes of that series though, so it's kind of sad. But we've done 13, and we bring on guests and stuff. You were on Late Round Perspectives earlier this year, which was a good episode. Not Becoming a Best Ball Bro.
Not Becoming a Best Ball
Yeah.
Bro.
But yeah, check it out. It's all over lateround.com.
All right, everyone, make sure that you are checking out lateround.com. We are going to go ahead and get out of here. Make sure, one, subscribe to the channel. We had like 550 concurrents and only added like 13 subscribers to the stream. So I know that you guys are you're being assholes. So please subscribe. Consider becoming a member of the channel. Check out all the cool stuff happening. My redraft tiers are coming out tomorrow on the Patreon. So I will see all of you guys there for that. I just have to stretch this out to 4 hours for the YouTube algorithm. So we really are just
sing a song.
Do you know that? No, do you know that about the algo? Just like the longer it goes, it really rewards you.
I just see you crushing it, man. You got tons and tons of concurrence on this thing.
Yeah, this is all that's the lore. It's the longer you stay alive. All right, guys, we're at 4 hours. Please consider subscribing to the channel. Please consider subscribing to the Patreon, and I will be back with you guys all on Tuesday afternoon. So I will see you then.